Take it to the next level.
Good morning and welcome along. Here we are, day number 2 of the PDC Pro Tour in Niedenhausen for Players Championship 17. Here at Online Darts, we will bring you everything in one place. Myself and Henry are here. Gob's in the background doing his marvellous things that he's done for us over the last few days. How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. It's nice and sunny on the south coast of England, and I heard it was very sleepy over in Niedenhausen last night.
Yes, it was. It's warm, and I said we were just chatting off air. I was in desperate need of some sleep. When I fell asleep, England were only 1-0 down, and it wasn't too bad. How that one fell apart.
Did you think you were asleep still when you saw the full-time result? I can hear Gov in the background saying, "This is a dart show. This is a dart show."
Yeah, James says not the same about the washing machine in the background. No, absolutely. Instead, you get my nice Niedenhausen bed.
What's the view like from outside the room? Well, can't you show?
Yeah, I probably can. Let me unplug that. Here we go. Got guided tour of the hotel room. Nice bed. This is very random, isn't it? And this is the view out my window.
That's not bad at all.
I've had worse.
It's not bad. First, you tuning in. We're not broadcasting through the keyhole.
Who lives in a hotel room like this? Philip is in as always. Welcome along, mate. Yes, Gob, I'm very much with you on this. Our WhatsApp chat has been funny this morning. Morning, Pete. Hope you are good. Yeah, some interesting ties as well. We've got a full complement. Johnny Clayton and James Wade both played today.
And it's good to see because the last thing we want is players getting by. So at least we've got a full 1-2-8 to pick from today.
Well, I say James Wade's playing. I haven't looked at the draw, but I presume he is because I saw him in the lift this morning. And unless he just wanders around in his dart shirt for fun.
Well, I haven't seen anything that says the word buy in any of the groups.
No.
So, well, scanning through every single name, which would take about 10 minutes from here, he's definitely in because there's no bias for anyone.
I tell you what is quite funny is looking at the players that have only got TV shirts, because you've got some that rock up in like just plain dart shirts for this, and others that wear their TV shirts. It's quite funny.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? I'm never going to be a professional, but actually, I don't mind that because I think actually it makes playing on TV a bit more of an occasion if you've got a shirt that you just wear for the TV event.
I like the non-televised shirts where it's just a plain shirt.
You know, just get something from Adidas or other sports retailers, which will be taped off anyway once you enter the venue for a few quid.
Yeah.
Rock up. It's like it's almost like it's your day job. You just turn up. It's what you know. It's like uniform. Then when you're on TV, it's those big occasions, especially for the players outside the Big 16, that you can look forward and savour.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm just going to share some links on social for you all as well, as we are waiting for the games to click over.
Well, Phil has a look at that. Let's have a look at the fixtures for today, because there's some really good first round games that are warming up just now. And perhaps one of the best ones, or the best ones, on board one, because Luke Humphries, the number 1 seed for this event today, takes on Matt Campbell. Mind you, the way Michael Smith's going, he won't be number 1 seed for much longer. Good first round game that. Then an Irish battle, both sides of the border, as Brendan Dolan takes on Steve Lennon. Nathan Aspinall against Darius Labanauskas isn't the worst looking first round tie, nor is Johnny Clayton's clash against Florian Hempel. Clayton, he's taking on the German. Peter Wright against Bradley Brooks. Martin Schindler takes on Neil Zonneveld. Jose de Souza against Jess Smith, who now has all of his luggage. He turned up to Needhausen without his luggage. It got lost on the plane from Canada. Damon Hetter up against Steve Rez, who's in serious need of ranking money. Dave Chisnell takes on Jason Heaver. Danny Noppert, the UK Open champion, takes on Stu Wilson. It's a battle of the poles on board 8 as Christopher Tyson takes on Radek Zagansky. Dirk van Dijvenbode, yesterday's finalist. He must still be scratching his head as to how he didn't win it. He takes on Robert Owen. Michael Smith, yesterday's champion, takes on Nathan Gervin. Dimitri Vandenberg takes on Peter Hudson. Meanwhile, the first game to get underway sees the number 3 seed, that is Rob Cross, taking on Ross the Boss Montgomery.
Yes, and we are now live as well, which is always good. Look, I know he's the number 2 seed now, but how long can this Michael Smith run go on for? 21 games now, unbeaten on the Pro Tour. Look, sooner rather than later, it will come to an end because of the nature of the Pro Tour. You'll run into a 100 and something plus average at some point. But it's remarkable what he's doing at the moment.
Matt Aker was speaking about dominant forces in darts. Well, on the Pro Tour, Michael Smith is a dominant force. He's become the man to beat. And these midweek Pro Tours have almost become his bread and butter. You know, he's won 3 of these in a row. People may say, well, it's only 30 grand in prize money. Well, it's 36,000 pound in prize money now. That helps him massively. That pretty much keeps him top 4 no matter what the Chasing Pack do. And you can see that it's now bred into World Series events. And obviously the acid test will be at the match play. Naturally, that's where people judge players more than anywhere else, is at the real big events. But yeah, this has been a real stomping ground for Michael Smith. And can you back against him winning today? I don't think you can in this kind of form.
No, not at all. So, machine on board 2. Machine on board 2. All right, the Barney Army is in. Barry versus Rock, brutal draw. Yeah, absolutely for both. Johnny Clayton had a day off and starts with a casual 12 dart leg, 125 average. I think that's the calculation.
In warm up.
Yeah. Yes, we are all good. God will give us a feature game shortly. He's in control of the screen.
He's waiting for James Wade to start.
He's gone Humphries Campbell. I get that one. That's a great one to kick us off.
That's what I would have picked if I had the buttons. So good job there, Gob.
Yeah.
And of course, for players like Campbell, players like Smith, who have got the World Cup on Thursday, Friday, and haven't played much TV darts or don't get to play much TV darts, these events this week are absolutely pivotal for them.
Yeah.
However, Humphries just casually kicking off with back-to-back 180s in the first leg of the match.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm sure this one will warm up, but Jeff Smith and Jose de Souza have had an absolute stinker in the first leg. Jeff Smith 1-0 up, both averaging 69 and 65 respectively.
Oh.
Gezi just...
Dare I say a few missed darts at double?
Yeah, I'd say so. Gezzy's just had the Pro Tour off. He went to Copenhagen, then went home for a few days, and then going straight to Frankfurt for the World Cup.
It is all about schedule management. I mean, you've been to every single one of the events over the last month and travelled to every single event, and I can imagine just for you and your capacity, you must be absolutely shattered, let alone what the players must be feeling on the big stage.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly that. I spoke to Johnny was downstairs having some food last night, so I went down to grab some food after the Pro Tour had finished, and he was there, and he didn't play yesterday, and he said he was dead. So some thoughts on the Premier League format, bit cut for Clayton. Yeah, look, Clayton didn't play amazing on the final, but Joe played very, very well. I like parts of the format. I don't like other parts. I think there's something there with the tournament a night, but that for me, there are tweaks that need to be done, but it's not disastrous.
I think it's been a theme of the Premier League recently. I think sometimes actually the best nights are the nights where it's taken across Europe, Berlin, Rotterdam. So I think people may not like this, but I think we need to take more of those weeks away from the middle of the UK, which it seems like it's always been a little radius. And I think when you go to those sorts of cities, and I won't name and shame them, but it makes the Premier League feel a bit dead. I think if you did go to Budapest, Copenhagen, obviously you got Rotterdam, Berlin, dare I say, you maybe branch out and have it. If you can have a night in New York, go to New York. Because I think actually if you go to loads of different cities and loads of different countries, I think that's one way of boosting up the feel-good factor for the Premier League.
Yeah, just a couple. So it's only on PDC TV or on chosen bookmakers. They have a stream as well. You have to have obviously a funded account. You don't have to have a bet on the game, but you have to have some money in your account to be able to watch them. So they're the only two places. Sam says, what tweaks would you suggest? So there are a few tweaks that I don't like. Only 8 players. For me, there has to be a way of increasing that field. Yes, I get it's difficult, but only 8 doesn't work for me. Also, just little things like the players that didn't play. Obviously, the player that went through got the 6-0, and they got 6 plus 6. But the player that defaulted didn't have the -6 come off their legs, and just little things like that. I don't like. I don't think it's fair. If you're giving someone 6 legs, if you have to take them off the defaulting player, for me.
Agreed. It's the same as a forfeit in any other sport.
I'll tell you, just a quick one. Board 16, Johnny Clayton. If I said to you, he's 4-0 up on Florian Hempel, you think Hempel was having a mare, wouldn't you? Hempel's averaging 112.43 and getting absolutely panned.
And if you look at the averages in every other game so far, maybe apart from Danny Noppert, who's averaging 115, he probably wins every other game.
Yeah, again, Robert Owen, 2-0 down to Dirk van Dijvenbode, averaging 98.
Is Robert Owen perhaps the best player in modern times to not play a World Championship in either code?
Possibly, yeah. He's certainly right up there. And again, he's one that's benefiting from playing in everything. As Dirk goes 3-0 up, Owen's average has moved to 104. However, is there a surprise? Is there a shock brewing on board 9? Nathan Gervin is 3-2 in front of the Bully Boy.
And if you could pull it off, what a win it would be for Nathan as well. We've seen what he can do over recent weeks, but my word, this would be a statement of intent against the seemingly all-conquering Michael Smith.
Yeah. This is an interesting one from Philip. Says, I think the decrease in the field came at the wrong time. The top 10 isn't it good? Its top 8 isn't as good as it used to be. I think for me, the top 8, top 10, maybe even pushing top 16 are in a real transitional period right now. You look at the tour card race. After the Worlds, there could be a huge shift with people like Luke Humphries, Danny Noppert, all destined for the top 10, as it seems. So there's a little bit of a transitional period for me right now.
I think everyone's kind of met in the middle, where probably five or so years ago, you had Michael and Gary who could average 110 off a late, and then everybody else below and probably quite on a regular basis. I think now, met in this almost, it doesn't look as if the top 8 is as good as it used to be, because you used to have 2 players that would dominate the rest of the field. But I think because they've all met in the middle, that may be why we're having this discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's interesting times. Bully Boy has leveled up 3 apiece now with Nathan Gervin. Dirk Van Dijvenbode continuing around that 107 mark. Johnny Clayton completes a 6-0 win, 111 average from the Ferrets. That is a little bit good.
Yeah, it's unfair to call that a bagel on Florian Helfer, because he's averaged 102.9 and he's just got absolutely trounced by Johnny Clayton, who set his stall out for the day and then some. Fantastic start for the Ferrets, getting over Monday's Premier League disappointment.
Yeah. Right, a couple ones. This one will get people talking. Look, everyone, I'd have had her in this year. Don't hide that fact. Gob says, it's amazing what happens when you bounce back from a disappointment.
Well, how about this? Dirk is beginning where he left off yesterday, having 110 and a half against Robert Owen, who 94.3 just isn't getting a look in.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Danny Noppert again, averaging 104. He's playing some super stuff. What else have we got around the boards? Peter Hudson 2-1 up on Dimitri van den Berg. Rob Cross 5-1 up on Ross Montgomery. Chizzy 4-1 down to Jason Heaver. It might be a more productive day for Jason than it was yesterday.
Absolutely. And I had a sneaky suspicion Dave was going to do 1 or 2 things today. He's just been showing some signs, hasn't he, in these Pro Tours? He's consistently getting to last 16s and towards the last 8s of these events. I was just thinking maybe it's today a day where he can maybe push on a little bit, but not at the minute.
Yeah. Yes, he may have been a bit intoxicated in the chat room yesterday, and then Gob follows on with, if it wasn't for me, he'd have flown home.
Certainly was interesting.
He's now 5-1 to the good against Dave Chisnell. Darius Labanauskas is 10 points worse off in the averages, yet he's 4-2 up on Nathan Aspinall.
Incredible. And also incredible, Dirk Van Dijvenbode 109.9 average, beating Robert Owen 6-0. The Ober Genius runner up yesterday in a magnificent final against Michael Smith. Well, he's back on the march today, winner with a bagel in the end. He might not be the only Dutchman to do so, because Danny Nobbert's halfway towards it, averaging a shade under 105 and 3-0 up on Stu Wilson. Elsewhere, Luke Humphreys in the feature game wants tops to beat Matt Campbell. Thought this was a tricky looking first round game for Cool Hand Luke.
I tell you, both.
But he keeps his cool to become a comfortable winner over Campbell.
Both the Dutch boys may be hitting a bit of form just in time for the World Cup.
Ominous.
Yeah. Also, this is we've got a couple still on the Premier League. Thing is, if you make it 16, you're probably going to have to cut the matches down to maybe best of 7 to fit them all in. And in that format, is that too short for one of the big 3 events?
The only way you do it is in a way that it won't be done is the fact that you'd have to cut it into 2. Maybe you have 8 invited players that play the first 7, so you have the big 8 play the first 7 weeks, and then after that you split into 2 groups. I like the idea, but I just don't know how it would work out practically.
No, I agree. Also, Tam's feeling for Noppy. Yeah, look, I agree that winning the UK Open, and he's a fabulous player. First of all, Michael Smith has turned that around. He's beaten Nathan Gervin. He's won 3 legs on the spin. 6-4 victory for the Bully Boy. I'll tell you what, we'll come back to that in a second. But Peter Wright is 3-all with Bradley Brooks, only averaging 81.73.
We've seen this a little bit this year with Peter Wright in these first round games on the Pro Tour. They seem to be 81, 82s or something around that range. And then should he get through them, it tends to rise as the day goes on. But it's certainly been a pattern that's beginning to develop in 2022 that Peter's starts in these events have been a little bit slower than what we have seen in previous years.
Yeah. Just a quick one, Philip. Do you mean the Premier League or the World Cup, mate? Says, who have you got winning the World Cup? Look, I think it's hard to look past Wales, in my opinion. I said yesterday, I said the same. I like Poland as an outsider, but I know they're favourites, but I genuinely struggle to see past Wales as a pairing.
I'm just not sure how they get out of the group with Iran, the USA, and England.
Philip says the Premier League. Yeah, I suppose you could do the 16 weeks that maybe you do have some kind of where your top, or I don't want to call them the top 4 in the world. I'll call them maybe the star-studded 4, or your 4 elite players, however you want to brand them, call them, that they don't come in until week 7. So the first 8 weeks are almost a prelim, where there's 4 places on offer, then to go and play the back end of the tournament. I don't know if that's viable or not.
It'd be viable if you played the first 7 weeks at the 7 smallest arenas. It'd have to be that would have to be Brighton, Nottingham, Exeter,
Sheffield.
Then the top boys think, well, what incentive will there be? You know, what bonuses will there be? What money will be on offer? So obviously they will have that. I mean, if you're going to do it, then you'd have a qualification criteria with the world match play champion, world number 1, then one selected player from Sky get a wild card through, and then we work with the rest. But I like the idea because the thing is, I think there's certain places where you probably could, even though you've got the big draw of the big names, you probably could still do well without them there. I'm not meaning that in a disrespectful way to them, but because there is enough quality and enough depth, you probably could do that. But thing is, financially, it makes sense to have them there for all the weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, Exeter has to be early because of the UK Open scheduling. Yeah, absolutely, James. That's the only reason Exeter still has a Premier League night, because it's the only place near enough to get everyone there at the moment. Bristol will come into play when the new arena opens. Jose de Souza is over the line against Jeff Smith, 6-3, as is Danny Noppert, 6-0 victor over Stu Wilson. Dimitri van den Berg has work to do on board 4. He trails Peter Hudson 4-3 right now. I'll tell you what, there's a shock brewing. Board 8, Radek Sadansky, 5-3 up on Krzysztof Ratajski.
And I don't know about you, but I expected Christoph maybe to kick on from that performance yesterday, because it was quite impressive from him. Not just the fact he got as deep as he did, it was the way that he played to get there. A lot of ton plus averages. And I just thought maybe this is the kickstart Christoph needs after a rough 18 months or so.
Yeah. Bob is in, say, top 14, plus Taylor and Fallon, 8 play each week, winning quarterfinalist day on for the next week. That works. Morning, Adrian. Philip says, like that idea. Are these two playing for Poland? No, it will be Krzysztof Ratajski and Sebastian Bilowecki. Right, 2-1 here. Right. This one, we've spoken about this a lot. The issue with playing alternative weeks is that I know tickets sell out in advance because they go on sale, but they also sell out because at the moment, you know that Michael van Gerwen, Peter Wright, Gezi Price, definitely that they're the big 3 in terms of a draw at the moment. That you buy them on, that you know they kind of know they're going to be there. Where if you are in Exeter, we use Exeter a lot as a reference, but if you buy your tickets in Exeter and that falls on the week that say the way they're split, say Gezi and Michael are on one half, Peter and Michael Smith, because he's top 4, we'll take him as the top 4, are on the other. If you're in Exeter and it's the week where there's no Gezi and Michael, you're going to have the ump. And also to counter that, from a player's point of view, you also sell those sponsorship patches on your shirt, knowing that you're going to be in the Premier League, and your sponsors, you're selling it, is going to be on for 16 weeks on TV. So
and
it's
16
kind
weeks
of
worth of TV coverage is worth a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, James. He says the Premier League is what the big boys have to play every week. Yeah, I agree that it doesn't really work with them having a week off. So you have to find a way to get it.
The only way maybe a qualifier could work is if you announced 7 players and then you had a further 8 players that played a one-off night the week before the first week of the league phase. So you only have 16 weeks instead of so you only have 15 match nights instead of 16. So you have the first week is 8 players playing off against each other. The winner of that night then joins the other 8 or the other 7 to make up the 8 for the Premier. That might be the only practical way a system like that would work.
Yeah. Pete says, what happens to Ian White? He's fallen. I don't know, to be fair. He certainly hasn't been the same player since COVID. I know he's one that likes to play every week and stuff like that. So yeah, James is right. And there's a reason these events sell 10K plus tickets a night, is because it is the best. Where you see at the Worlds, some of those early graveyard shifts aren't particularly well supported.
Mm-hmm. And the Premier League is one of the reasons why the PDC can command a big TV rights deal off of Sky or Viaplay or any other major broadcaster around the world. So you need to have those big names in it from a business sense as well.
This is an interesting one, and if you can drop back in the comments, do you think sponsorship for the players needs to be updated? It seems the PDC holding players back from gaining big deals in their current rules. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I'm guessing that, look, players can't have a sponsor that conflicts with the tournament sponsor. So for argument's sake, we'll use the match play because it's an easy one. I know people might not like it, but the match play is sponsored by Betfred, so players wouldn't be allowed to have another gambling sponsor on their shirt. And look, from the PDC's point of view, you have to protect your brand. That catering for one player that may have another bookie patch on their shirt, they're not really fussed, because to the PDC, the brand PDC and the title sponsor, they have to protect that. So I get that. Other than the rules of they're not allowed to conflict with the tournament sponsor, I don't think there's not that many other rules, or unless someone knows different. It's, as far as I know, it's just the tournament sponsor confliction. But that's pretty much the same in any sport, because football, again, someone north of the border will probably be able to fill me in. But didn't I see something? Didn't Rangers have a confliction with the SPL to do one of their sponsors?
So wasn't it that when Ladbroke sponsored it, they had 32 red, didn't they, on their shirts?
No, I thought it was something to do with, was it Kazoo and Cinch or something? I may be wrong. I may have misread it. I just remember seeing something to do with Rangers. So I'm sure someone in the chat room will jump up. Ben Cameron's there. He says, yeah, I'm sure Cameron will be able to tell me. I'm sure that Rangers and Cinch, yeah. So it's not just darts that the organisation, whether that's darts, football, tennis, rugby, whatever, will always try and protect their main sponsor. And look, they're the promoters, the organisers. Why wouldn't you?
Cinch pay more to sponsor Tottenham's sleeve than it does to sponsor 4 divisions in Scotland.
Yeah. Peter Wright is in a last leg decider with Bradley Brooks. Look, Bradley Brooks is only averaging 76, Peter Wright 86. You'll probably never get a better chance to beat Peter Wright.
No, not quite happened. The snake bite here.
He gets over the line, falls over the line with an 84 average in the end. David Evans and John Henderson getting underway. Jonathan, this is an easy one for me. To be fair, I'll do my top 2, and Gary Anderson 1, Jockey Wilson 2 for me.
Yeah, agreed. I hope. Well, if Gary wins a third, it ends the debate.
I just think that back-to-back World Championships, 3 World Finals in a row, 2 Premier Leagues, and match play, that's enough for me.
Yeah. Peter wins another match play, then we have an argument. Peter retains a match play, then we have an argument, I think.
I think Peter goes second for me, maybe over Jockey then. But right now, I just have Jockey in front, just because I just love Jockey.
Mm-hmm.
Back
the only
around
thing
the
you could
board,
argue with Peter is he did win both the match play and World Championships in the same year.
What, in terms of going above Gary or Jockey?
Potentially going above Gary if he wins another big one. That would go in his favour.
It's just the 3 World Finals in a row for me. Mm-hmm. That's the one that tips it in Gary's favour, defending it and getting to that 3rd World Final. I like this one. Peter is English again. Who do we reckon is the next up-and-coming star? Look, it's hard to look past Josh Rock right now. Luke Littler will always be talked about.
Sebastian Białowski, of course.
To be fair, this is an interesting one that, obviously, with the Premier League this year, the Scotland fans, they didn't really take to Peter this year, if I'm being honest. It was all about Gary, understandably, but just the atmosphere in Glasgow and Aberdeen, Peter's was...
He's their hometown son.
Oh, Christ, yeah. He is the...
Also, is there a little bit that perhaps they think, if this is the last time, I want to give him some kind of hero's reception?
Possibly, yeah. The atmosphere in Glasgow, sorry, was just unreal. We've got Price to win the World Match Play in the World Grand Prix. I certainly wouldn't write it off. This is much better from Connor Scott today on our feature game. He was 4-1 up on Jack Main, averaging 98. That's more of the Connor Scott that we've seen. William O'Connor, Danny Jansen's a bit of a stinker on board 14. O'Connor leads 2-0, but the average is only 65 apiece. This is a good one that always comes up. If I say to you, future world champion, who's the first name that comes to mind?
Luke Humphreys.
Mine is still Michael Smith.
And this year could get another good chance.
Yeah.
It's weird because I see Smith now in that bracket beyond like a future world champion, because you feel like he's a current, if that makes sense.
Yeah. James says Smith easy. Yeah, Michael. Everyone, the stick he gets on social media, like, he will win countable TV titles. Big Johnny is in.
There's an irony that probably the middle of the locations of where Gary Anderson and Peter Wright lives is Northampton.
Yeah. I agree. I think Smith will win something big this year.
I think an ITV4 event suits him to the ground.
And Connor Scott is now 1 away, 5-2 in front against Jack Main on our featured game. Klassen Tricole underway. Klassen takes the opener. Gaulas Rafferty, conflicting styles there. Jimi Hendrix 1 away from beating Rusty Jake.
Two very good young players.
Apart from one's good to watch, one's not.
It won't be the last time it won't be the last time we'll see these two play.
Yeah. The old and Groundhopper, Canada could do well. Yeah, look, they've got a tough first round one, but
get through that, the draw opens for them.
Yeah. No, James, he wouldn't. He's already said that. It was all about the money and making sure him and his family are comfortable. Correct.
And do you think Jimmy White cares? Probably one of the most famous snooker players on the planet. And yet he's probably way more famous than half the people who ever won a world championship.
Yeah. Jeffrey just won 6-1 winner over Get DeVos.
I feel for Josh a little bit because it's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault, but he's the one, unfortunately, that is highlighting the issue in the system for me.
Yeah. Basically, Josh, don't be so good.
Yeah. Connor Scott, a winner over Jack Main, 6-2. Yeah, look, it's not Josh's fault, and he's a nice lad. Just like we say, just unfortunately, he's the one that's highlighting the issue by playing well.
Is Connor Scott development tour age, or is he just over that mark now?
I think he's just over it, I think.
So he is developed.
Oh. Peter Ebdon, fabulous snooker player, but by Christ, was he boring to watch. Here you go, Henry.
England at the minute, that would be an. See, I conflict all the time with this because I'd be one of those that would like to get the crowd pumped up. I'll have to have a think about that a bit more properly. I will come back to that one.
See, mine's easy. Mine doesn't change. PJ and Duncan, let's get ready to rumble.
To be honest, the most eligible one in a minute would probably be the Weekend's Blinding Lights, but I don't want something that's modern.
Fair enough. Right, around the boards we go. We'll come back into the chat room because you guys are on fire. Ted Everts leads Peter Burgoyne 3-0. Luke Peters 3-0 up on Brett Claydon. Jeremy Van der Winkle 2-0 up on Adam Hunt. Gary Klassen 2-0 up on Thibaut Tricol. Gowlass and Rafferty level at 1 apiece. Mike Kyvenhoven 2-0 up on Jose Justicia. Kevin Dewey 3-0 on Boris Kirchmar. Hendo 3-2 up on David Evans. Suits 4-2 up on Lucas Vainick. Tony Martinez, Gert Lynch's level at 3 apiece. Danny Jansen has some legs back on the board against William O'Connor. 3-2 O'Connor leads. John Michael 1 away from England Lurch back up. Rusty Dake and Jimi Hendrix tied at 5 apiece.
I think there's 2 I've boiled it down to. Either Depeche Mode just can't get enough, or Human League, Don't You Want Me?
Every now and then I might throw in a bit of Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. Love a bit of cheese, bit of pop world classics.
I'm surprised no one's ever used Carnival de Paris by Dario G.
Yeah. I'll tell you another one. The Baywatch theme tune.
That's got Lakeside First Round written all over it.
It's one that always gets the dance floor on their feet. Jimi Hendrix has beaten Rusty Jake in that noble.
I'll never forget walking into Pop World not long ago, and the first song that came on was "Wake Me Up Inside."
From Elmsmere Port with Love. Yeah. See, look, God knows.
That is not a sight I want to see.
Yeah, but can you imagine if you walked onto the Baywatch theme tune, the branding that you could do? Your dart shirt would look amazing. If you went down the whole
That is true.
the whole route. James has been
Imagine
going.
back in the days of the walk-on girls.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin Benes is playing because I saw him in reception. I haven't seen Nick Fulwell here this weekend. No.
No, Nick Fulwell was not playing.
Someone's emptying the bottle bank.
What else happening where you are?
You know, at Lakeside when we were trying to do the interviews.
Even that was so. Oh. I had a right moan at that the next morning. They didn't do it again after that.
Yeah.
I had some authority.
Put your foot down. Oi. Yeah, and to be fair,
It's hard having to deal with you for 9 days, though.
I was so pleased that Baggish walked on to Hulk Hogan's Real American.
Yeah, that weekend just felt like a darts has arrived moment.
Yeah, it was unreal. Right, where are we? Back into Tricol was leveled it up, averaging nearly 97. He's 3 apiece with Jalak Klassen. Lucas Vainick has pulled it back. He's now 4-all with Alan Suter. Hendo 4-2 up on David Evans. William O'Connor is 1 away, meeting Danny Jansen. Kevin Duitz has just completed a whitewash 6-0 of Boris Kirchmar. Good luck shaking Big Boris's hand after that.
Might have a broken one. I'd recommend a fist bump.
Yeah, well done.
Like during COVID times when they just had to go, thumbs up, thank you, mate.
Oh, it was funny when they were halfway through a hug or go for a handshake and then realised and pulled out last minute.
The awkwardness of it.
It was just not as bad as the German Super League lollipop man. What a legend he became.
We need him back. We need him back.
Who thought of that? Oh no, right, we're handing out jobs. What, you can be lollipop man, stop and go. Richie Edhouse levels up with Scotty Waits 1 apiece there on our feature game. Adam Hunt is up against it. 4-1 down to Jeremy Van der Winkle on board 5. Klassen digging in. This is an absolute great game. 95, 97 averages on the throw as we speak. And Tricol levels it up. What a game. God. First of all,
These two don't have a tour card, man.
Spot on for Baggish, yeah. And God wants the job. He wants to be the lollipop man.
Can we not have a live league lollipop man?
Stop, Joe.
You don't have the high vis and everything, though.
Hard hat, the lot. Ear defenders, goggles, fully PPE up.
Look like Darth Vader.
Hendo looking to get more money on the board. One away from being David Evans, 6-2.
And look, he's got a long way to go. Obviously, a lot of money to defend, but this has been a very positive week so far for John Henderson.
Yeah, and look, if Scotland can get to the final of the World Cup, he's back in the Grand Slam. You never know.
Everything could change. Such is the fortune of John Michael, because he's beaten Zoran Lurchbach a 6-5 in a decider. Gert Nenches also through. Tidy displaying 99 average to get the better of Tony Martinez 6-3.
Andy Bolton, 4-3 up on Jamie Hughes. Ted Everts now 5-1 up. He's one away. And big moments on board 10. Tricol has broken Jelle Klassen. This is a fabulous performance here from both players, in fairness. But has Tricol opened the door? A visit of 26 to start the leg on throw. Gone 26 ton. Klassen's gone 140, 81, 90. It looks as if we're going all the way. Thibaut Tricol did the hard work, broke, and has fluffed his lines here in leg 10. Klassen down to a finish, 1-3-2. Tricol needs a 140. Oh my God, he finds a 180. Thibaut Tricol, where have you found that from? To leave 52 and put all kinds of pressure on this 1-3-2 from Jelle Klassen. It looked as if we were going all the way, but a 180 from nowhere has turned the tie on its head. Klassen cannot take it out. Tricol should get 2 match starts. And Thibaut Tricol is into the last 64, beats Jelle Klassen 6-4, 96 match average, 95 from Klassen. Very good game.
Indeed it is. Thibaut Tricol gets the better of Jelle Klassen. William McConnell gets the better of Danny Janssen, who's had a good year this year, not so good today. Ted Everts gets over the line. Not a vintage game against Pete Burgoyne, but a 6-1 victory nonetheless. Elsewhere, James Wade just getting underway against George Killington. Danny Baggish won up against Gabriel Clement. Steve Beaton, the same scoreline up on Mensur Suljevic. 2-2 in the feature game. Richie Edhouse against Scott Waits. Jeremy van der Winkel, 5-3 up on Adam Hunt. Nathan Rafferty, 4-2 ahead of Adam Gavlas. Luke Peters, 1 away against Brett Claydon at 5-2. Mike Kivenhoven, 4-2 to the good against Jose Justicia. 4-piece between Andy Bolton and Jamie Hughes, and we're going to a last leg between Lucas Venig and Alan Suter. Warming up, some good games. Lurton Lukman against Vladimir Anderson, Andrew Gilding, Joe Murnham. Ricky Evans against Danny Van Tripp, and Darryl Gurney up against Willie Borland.
So, man in the chat room that sadly can't be here in Niedenhausen, Callum Ridds got the Rona, couldn't travel. Hope you're feeling better, my friend. Don't worry, you're safe in the match play race. I think you've done enough. I think 52 bags will get you there.
Is he safer than Ryan Searle is?
Well, to be fair, Krzysztof Ratajski back into the 16, which is interesting. But yeah, Callum 5th on the order of merit for the match play.
course, you mentioned yesterday how not playing here could affect Adrian Lewis. Well, let's have a look at. Well, he's now down to 15th in that order of merit after yesterday's action, and Ricky Evans is only £750 behind him. King Barry's only £2,000 behind him. Moss Smith and Vincent van der Voort also very, very interested parties. So that's going to be something we're going to look out for today in that match play race. Remember, after this, there's only a handful of events. July the 12th is the cutoff for that.
Yeah. Marco is in from Italy. Hope you are good.
Callum, is everyone on holiday this week?
Callum's like, what? I'm in. Yeah, maybe, lad. And he's put, and yeah, just feeling a little dizzy now and then, but feel okay. Glad you're on the mend, buddy. Oh, by the way, Cal, I really like the new design. Looks good. Nathan Rafferty has beaten Adam Gowlash 6-2. Blow for Gowlash in the race to keep his tour card. Yes, I have, mate. I've seen both, and the actual one looks really good.
What Phil Bars hasn't seen isn't worth knowing.
Mind you guys love it because I put loads in the WhatsApp that I shouldn't. When I get
Didn't
players
exactly enjoy it at Lakeside.
I'm not gonna lie, I get sent the players brief quite a lot, and the WDF tried to keep the Lakeside one fairly quiet, shall we say. And when I pinged this in our WhatsApp chat, just a front cover of it, the look on Henry's face was an absolute picture at Lakeside.
It was a fun week.
You've got to admit, you loved it when I left to go to the Premier League.
Oh, do you know what? It was so much better when Lee Boyce was there. So much calmer.
You trying to say I caused trouble?
Not at all.
Top three players at the moment. At this moment in time, Michael Smith, Michael Van Gogh, and Luke Humphreys. For me, that's just off the top of my head.
Hard to disagree. Possibly you could put Cullen in that argument.
Yeah. Juanita says, "Hi, Callan. Welcome to the madhouse." Juanita knows. Yeah. It says Clayton, MVG, and Smith. Again, Clayton, MVG, and Smith. I love Cal's sense of humour.
In fairness, nor have I.
Clayton still top the Premier League table. Yeah, look, there's an argument for Peter Wright, Peter Wright, Peter Wright. Andy Bolton edges at Jamie Hughes 6'5". Also, Mensel Suljovic is averaging 98 and the bagel is on, but not in his favour. Steve Beaton is 5-0 up.
I said to you yesterday, the bronzed Adonis in the summertime is things that are just meant to be.
To be fair, I haven't really looked, but I'm going to now.
It's great to have Matt with us yesterday.
So
Talks
Matty
a lot
Edgar
of sense.
is on board 9. Matthew Edgar has on his board, yeah, he's got a tough one. So Michael Smith has won. Lucas Phoenix, Simon Whitlock is underway now. And then Matthew Edgar will play Karol Sedlacek. Peter Wright has won his first game. Like this. James says, Hendo beaten and Rock on current results. At the Pro Tour, yeah. Oh, this is a good one. Biggest missed opportunity in the last 10 years.
Depends what we're talking about. For me, Daryl Gurney against Rob Cross in the World Match Play. Semi-final. I think if he wins that match, I think he gets referred to as a World Match Play champion.
Biggest missed opportunity. Peter Wright's 6 match starts to win the Premier League is up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Genius Darts, I'm with you here. Just don't go off stage. Just don't walk off stage. And James Wade, you are world champion. Yeah, again, on a positive note, if MVG pins the double 18, missed opportunity for something that will never be beaten. Ben says, right, losing the Premier League. Yeah, that's up there. I'm going to say one, again, in a different vein here. But Corey Cadby going home. If he doesn't go home, we could be talking about something special. Jose Justicia going into a last day of the solo against Mike Covenhoven, Martin Clearmacher and Vincent van der Voort getting underway. Merv King, Max Hopp getting underway as well. Daryl Gurney has taken the opener against Willie Borland. Matt Ward's nightmare game.
He'll be having the half and half scarce, won't he?
Vladimir Anderson, 2-1 up on Martin Lukeman. James Wade, 3-1 up on George Killington. Gabriel Clemens, 4-3 up on Danny Baggish.
Here's one. Kim Hybrett's Grand Slam of Darts 2014. Beat Michael. should have beaten Chizzy. Look, I know he would have had Phil in the final, but that was probably his best ever opportunity of winning a televised major tournament.
Yeah.
I suppose as well, Mensa match play against Gary. What could have been.
Another one for what could have been. MVG's missed 3 match starts against Rob Cross. And I say that because it would have been MVG against Phil in the final of the Worlds.
In his farewell game.
Yeah, just pure nostalgia reasons and stuff like that. But the best two players
must have been praying for that.
The best 2 players ever to tickle tungsten meeting in the final. It's very rare that paths cross like that.
In a modern climate, Channel 4 would get sublet rights to things like that.
Yeah. Do you think Johnny Capel has been in a World Championship? Absolutely, I do.
If you can win the World Grand Prix, you're capable of winning the World Championship.
It says biggest comeback by an underdog. Rennie Idam's almost coming back right up there.
Imagine if he did.
Oh.
Again, another what might have been, which twins were the underdog story, was when Barney beat MVG at the Worlds. Imagine if he won his 6th that year. What a story that would have been.
Yeah, agreed. Scotty Too Hotty's come back at the Slam. I'm not sure he wasn't this is another one, but Wade against King, he wasn't an underdog going into the final, but at 9-2 Dan, he was. Fallon against Dimitri in the Nordics last year, that's up there.
Reference point again, Cross against Gurney at the match play.
Yeah.
Maybe one that goes under the radar a little bit. Peter Wright against Noel Malikdem.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would have changed the whole course of darting history. Because Peter Wright would have gone back down to something like world number 14.
Yeah, well, Malikdem had a dart to beat him as well.
Indeed. Completely outplayed him that day.
Right, going back around the boards, Vincent van der Voort is 3-0 up on Martijn Kleermaker as the Dutch destroyer makes the bid for the match play. Simon Whitlock 2-1 up. Again, the Wizard needs something today. James says, yeah, right, Peter did 318 in 6 starts that day, correct? I remember being there. A potential interesting result developing on board 15. Danny van der Trick is 4-2 up on Ricky Evans. I remember, as it stands, Evans is in that last place for the match play. A defeat in the opening round here would bring others back into the mix.
Most notably, King Barry, Ross Smith, and Vincent van der Voort.
Yes.
Dare I say, this also isn't a good result for Adrian Lewis if Ricky Evans goes out early. That's even less wiggle room.
Yeah.
But King Barry at the minute is 2-1 down to Josh Rock. These two were semi-finalists yesterday and be given the most brutal of first-round draws.
Yeah. So Ryan Eagles playing some fabulous stuff right now.
And it's good to see because he's been struggling a little bit. Like he's shown patches of brilliance, but it hasn't quite been on a consistent basis. And you can tell during the off season last time round, he's worked on his game. He's thought, I've had enough of being stuck in this rut. It feels I'm just going to try and give all I can, and it's good to see the results. Results paying off because he's a good enough talent.
Yeah.
Biggest upset in a final.
Upset in a final. Have a think on that one.
A couple that spring to mind. I mean, the most notable one will probably be Keith Dello against Eric Bristow, dating back years ago.
Did
Butler
Keith win a World
Priestley.
Cup?
He had 1-3-8 to win it, apparently.
Love you, really, Keith.
I didn't know that. Butler against Priestley in the match play.
Yeah. Thornton against MVG. Noppert against Smith.
Yeah.
Spud King is in. Hope you are good. Martin Lukeman has turned this game around, but that big result on board 15 has happened. Ricky Evans is out, beaten by Danny Van Tripp. Also, Chris Dobie is 5-2 up on Devon Peterson.
This would be an upset. Stefan Bellman 3-2 up on the Wizard. He's going to have to find some results quick, isn't he, Whitlock?
Yeah.
He's staring a very ugly darting barrel in the face. Irving King 4-0 up on Max Top, averaging a ton. Al Gurney now 2 away against William Borland. It's not been the highest quality of game thus far from the pair of them. But Gurney won't care if he gets himself over the line.
All wins are good wins.
Exactly. They all count the same.
Joe Mernon 4-3 up on Andrew Gilding. Kim Hybrex 4-1 up, and Josh Rock has maybe just taken an important leg. He's broken the Keane Barry throw and now leads 4-2. This could be a blow for Keane Barry's match play hopes.
Just moving away from the darts for a minute, Phil. What are the odds there being no TalkSport breakfast show tomorrow? Because it's Alan Brazil's birthday today. There's no chance he's turning up tomorrow.
I would say we'll get Ali McCoy to stand in, but he'll be at the party.
And Ray Parlour and all the rest of them. Plus, he'll probably be at Royal Ascot, won't he, as well this week?
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's going to end in tears.
Jules Van Dongen looking to get a leg on the board here against Ryan Meikle, unless this 155 goes. Vincent van der Voort is also one away from beating Martijn Kleermaker. Again, you wouldn't put it past Big Vincent to now make a quarter-final or something today, or even better. Merv King averaging 102. He's 5-1 up on Max Hop on board 5.
Another player needs to string performances together. Needs to string results together, string points together. Joe Mernon, one away against Andrew Gilding, leaving 5-3. And Darryl Gurney wins the MDA battle against William Borland. 6-2 victor. He gets over the line. He's just going to scrub that game for the record books. He's happy with the win. He's through to the next round. That's the most important thing that matters to him. And he could be joined shortly by Martin Luckman against Vladimir Anderson. He leads 5-3. Vincent van der Voort is also on the hill against Martijn Kleermaker 5-2. Josh Rock, the same against Keane Barry. Now, Josh Rock gets to another semi-final today. He puts himself back in the race for the World Match Play. And then, as we say, with Mervyn King not far away against Max Hock. Kim Hybrecht close to the line. Sam Whitlock one away. But Josh Rock wins the battle of the two young Irish precocious talents, getting the better of Keane Barry by 6 legs to 2. So Keane Barry, who is a very interested party for the World Match Play, he joins Ricky Evans in departing today. So that race for the World Match Play look a bit more comfortable for Adrian Lewis, but there's still plenty of pretenders that can nick that 16th spot with not long to go until the cut-off for the Winter Gardens.
No, not at all. Vincent van der Voort has won. So now Vincent is within £2,000 of Ricky Evans. He needs a quarter-final today, would put Vincent van der Voort in provisional 16th. How we doing, Scott? Hope you are good, mate.
I feel like the darts is just warming up a little bit.
Yeah. Merv King batters Max Hop. Right, so Who has qualified for the match play? Right. So this isn't the fact they've won today. So, right, the order of merit as it stands at the moment: Damon Heta, Ryan Searle, Nathan Aspinall, Martin Schindler, Callum Ridge, Daryl Gurney, Brendan Doden, Stephen Bunting, Martin Newman, Kim Hybrex are all over 40 grand done. I think, personally, and Henry, if you disagree, say so, I think Dobie, Clement and Rasma are also there.
Yeah. I think Gilding as well.
I think Gilding's on the hill. I think 37 will get you there. Although I think Gilding will make it, I think he could potentially be caught because there's a Euro Tour and 3 Pro Tours.
Mm-hmm.
But Gilding is almost there. So then it's Lewis and Evans in 14th and 15th that are hanging on. We'll know more by the end of today when this little pack below, there's a lot of them still in at the moment. When they're gone, we'll know more.
And it only takes for someone like a Josh Rock or Jim Williams to win today, or even a Raymond van Barneveld to win today, to really upset that order of merit.
Yeah. Again, I take it as a compliment.
I'll take it as a compliment. I was called worse on the live league. Don't worry about that.
No, we don't know. Just that he's obviously not here. No, James. There's 4 including today, but that block of 4 is only going to be 3 now. The first day is going to be the Euro Tour qualifiers. Yeah, no, James, I thought the same originally as well. Jules Van Dongen has spun this one around. Back 3-2 in front, 3 legs on the spin for the American. Malachi's in. Hope you're good, mate. Jermaine Watamina, Jim Williams warming up, Mickey Mansell, Graham Usher. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's a game on board 8. If ever I would love to break the rules and just stream a game to you all, I won't because I don't want to lose the channel. It would be this one. We will talk about that in a second. But first of all, you know what's coming. The Barney alarm has sounded. It will be Raymond van Barneveld against Richie Burnett.
Not too shabby.
James, that's interesting. Because my dream game, yeah. The guys at the PDC said told me it was only 3. I'll try and get some clarification at the World Cup.
Well, you could head downstairs.
That means I'll have to put jeans on.
Yeah, true. I just realised I'm not here at all for the next round of Players' Championships.
It's early July, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm down at Pontins Green Sands.
you know you'd much rather be on the Pro Tour.
It's a free holiday.
Just doing some investigating work as I'm talking at the same time, like you do.
As ever.
Casual. Did we find out what the streaming board games were today? What 2 boards they were in round 1?
Sure, I don't know. I don't tend to have a flick on Twitter before we go live.
No, I'm just going to turn the
Sure,
volume down.
God, no.
I'll open the app up. So we've got Jim against Jermaine. And Williams against Moulenkamp. Mike De Decker 5-0 up on Eddie Lovely.
That's the question, Madako. We want to know, what are you ordering from room service for lunch?
I'm not a lunch person, to be fair.
Love a working lunch.
Yeah, I'm not a lunch guy. I've got a couple of snacks, some peanuts, get me through till tea time. Could you imagine? If you look at the one I did with James at the media day, James away from a darts venue, as in the Raymond Van Barneveld has taken the opener, high quality one. Barry Van Peer has defeated Kenny Neon's 6-3. Keegan Brown 3-1 up on Louis Williams. Gordon Mathers, John O'Shea level at 1 apiece. I was just saying that James, I don't know if it's the adrenaline dump or whatever, but his interviews after a game to the ones you do with him on a media day are very different. Mike the Decker serves the bagel.
No disrespect to Jules Van Dongen and Ryan Meikle, but how have we not got Richard Burnett against Raymond van Barneveld as our feature game? You see God now working in the background.
Anyone think he was listening in the background?
I like this because we just abuse Gob and he can't say anything back.
The last 64 games are now warming up, so these are the last of the 1 to 8, which is always good. Matthew Edgar is 3-0 up on Karel Sedlacek.
Don't think we'll be seeing him in your hotel room very soon. Stephen Burton, a man who's taken advantage of openings in the Pro Tour this year, could be doing the same here. He's the reigning Live League champion, remember. He's fallen up on Mikel Unterbuchner. Keegan Brown fallen up on Louis Williams. Scott Williams, 5-3 up now on Gary Blaze. Blaze pull one back there. Scott Mitchell, 4-3 up on Madars Rasmo. We think he's safe anyway in the match play race. John O'Shea 2-1 up on Gordon Mathers. James Wilson 3 up on Scott Marsh amongst the other games in play.
Yeah, we're going to try, Mike, but the problem is some of them, again, it's a brave move from some of them, but some of them have all checked out and are trying to get the last flight back tonight. Could Scott Williams qualify for the World Championships from the Pro Tour Order of Merit? Yes. I will tell you where he is.
He's actually in the World Championship on it. He's 14.
I was going to say, yeah, he's 14th at the moment. So right now he is provisionally in the World Championships. So there's some big names outside that World Championship race at the moment.
Oof. And some that need to be in to keep their tour card.
Yeah.
I mean, the most notable will be Ian White.
Yeah.
No Keegan Brown. No Ian White. No Jeff Smith. No Jeffrey Desvan. No William O'Connor. No Max Hopp.
Evan Peterson. No Steve Beaton.
Further down, Scott Mitchell, second year tour card, not in. James Wilson, not in, although he's only first year tour card. No Danny Baggish, although of course he could enter via or qualify via other means, of course. Same with Jess Smith. No Mike Kuyvenhoven either.
No Laban.
No. But again, I suppose he's got another one who's got a backup option, hasn't he?
Which I don't like. I'm not a fan.
Well, if you qualify for it, you shouldn't gain ranking from it via that route.
Yeah.
Well, the only other way you make it fair is you have a GB qualifier, which will never happen.
No. Matthew Edgar, 4 0 up. Richie Burnett, Barney. What a game this is. Look at the numbers. Yeah, Live Lounge will be back on Monday. John O'Shea is in front against Gordon Mathers. Jim Williams 4-1 up on Jermaine Watamina. So Barney playing some fabulous stuff. Is today the day that Barney makes a bold bid for the Winter Gardens? Jules Van Dongen and Ryan Meikle level at 5 apiece. That one is in a noble. Keegan Brown is 1 away from beating Louis Williams. I'll tell you what, a good visit here, and Ryan Meikle, that'll do. It's down to a finish first on the Van Dongen throw. 2 treble visit needed for Van Dongen. Leaves a ton. Ryan Meikle looking at 116 to win it and break in the decider.
Talking of breaks, that's what Richie Burnett's just done against Raymond Van Barneveld to bring it back to 4-1. Matt Edgar's through 6-0 against Cal Sedlicek.
Ryan Meikle, 3 match starts incoming at double 12. Van Dongen has made a howler and is punished. Meikle advances. Has Ryan Meikle left himself too much to do? Is 10 grand gap with what's available too much?
Not if he wins outright. That's possibly the only scenario.
Or he's going to have to make 3 semis, perhaps.
Has he qualified for the next Euro Tour? Do we know? In fairness, he has done a good job of qualifying for him this year.
Let's have a look. It's Trier, isn't it? The next one?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it or if I've just butchered it. It's the European Darts Match Play. Has Ryan Meikle qualified? No.
So has to do damage here. You can somewhat get away with it by having a good Euro Tour, but
yeah. I'm just looking. Dobie has, which is huge for him. King has, in terms of race for the match play, this is Red's already there. Mernon, Brooks, work to do. Hughes, miles away. Lukeman already there. To be fair, there's no one in that bunch that's qualified. So some of them have only got Pro Tour left.
Which makes these Pro Tours really interesting. Talking
Yeah.
of really interesting, Barney's opened up on a max on throw in a leg ditch. If he wins, secures the match, but only goes 140. Would you have a look at this at the top? Humphrey's 3-1 up on Connor Scutt. Scutt's averaging 109.
Yeah. Last 64 are underway. I think the fact that she's missed the first 2 blocks, I don't think she can make the top 2. I think it'd be tough to make the top 2 now anyway.
I think
Do you agree, Henry?
I think she's just in, yeah. I think for Bo at the minute, I think she's just enjoying playing darts at the minute. Going around playing in the WDF events and just enjoying herself. And then I think maybe the PDC Women's Series will be a step. Maybe next year she begins to take.
Barney, fabulous, wins it with a 12 dart leg. 102.58 average from the Dutchman.
Not too bad. And again, he's another one who, if he does win, can disrupt that race for the match play.
Well, again, he is exactly 12 grand behind. He also has not qualified for the Euro Tour. So he only has Pro Tours. That would be a nil and go big in the next 3.
Does he not get an invite to the Dutch Darts Masters last minute and then make it a ranking tournament?
See, interesting one. Chat room. Let us know what you think as well. So it's 99.9% certain Michael will not play in the Amsterdam Masters or whatever it's called. I say 99% because you never know, but it's all bar he can't play there. So for me, the 2 options are as follows. 1, you either bump Noppy up to a seed and then bring in the next Dutchman, which is Barney, or you leave the Dutch players as they are, and then do you bring in another seed a la Luke Humphreys? I'm just saying Luke, by the way, because he's someone that's playing well. There are obviously other options.
Now, let me flip this question on its head. Say this event wasn't in Holland. Say it's a blanket event. Say it's like the Dubai Masters, but only the 8 PDC players playing it, and there's a spot free. Who would you invite as the 8th player, knowing the other 7 invitations?
On current form right now, Luke Humphreys.
Because I think that's the way it should be decided. Not based on the event being in Holland and that. It should be based on who would be the best person to take that seeding.
But there's an argument that Noppy could have that seed, have him on the UK Open. That's why I said you bump him up to a seed, because that's the argument that he maybe deserves that.
Absolutely. And to be honest, I think if there was an Asian event this year or another event like we've seen, before the pandemic, maybe Noppy would have been given one. But I think in the minute it would go to Luke.
God, I forgot. Dimitri's already got a spot, mate. He's got Gary's place in Amsterdam as well. So Dimitri's already a seed. I thought for some reason I had in my head Copenhagen was his only event, but it's not. So Dimitri's already there. That's why I say Luke. But Andrew, Fallon ticks all the other boxes that the PDC want. Having spent time at the World Series, She is absolutely gold dust to these events. Henry, I'll be back in 2. I'm just going to take this call, mate.
No problem. Right, so let's take a look at what is happening. Luke Humphries 6-1 up on Connor Scott. Well, wins 6-1 against Connor Scott. Well, Mullenkamp pulls it back to 5-4 against Sean Wilkinson. Damien Mole won away from beating Glenn Dunn. He's 5-2 to the good. Mickey Mansell also won away against Graham Usher. 5-3 the score in that one. Now, this feels like a game we've seen quite a lot on the Pro Tour this year. Brian Raman against Mario van der Bajada. Raman leads by 3-1, averaging 90.18. Rabbi John Rodriguez 2-0 to the good against Luke Woodhouse. Brendan Dolan 1 up on Kevin Dewitt. Now 2-0 up on Kevin Dewitt. Rob Cross takes the lead against Jeffrey Desvan. And Michael Smith 1-0 up on Lucas Venig. Warming up, Johnny Clayton taking on Jimi Hendrix. Jose de Souza up against John Henderson. Big game that for Hendo. Peter Hudson against Nathan Rafferty. Radek Sagansky, who won the all-Polish battle with Krzysztof Ratajski in the opener. He takes on Luke Peters. Jason Heaver up against William O'Connor. Peter Wright takes on Jeremy van der Winkel. And congratulations to Jeremy, who won his first Pro Tour game today. Dirk van Dijvenbode, the number 7 seed, he takes on John Michael, while Steve Beaton is warming up against Barry Van Peer. So that is the situation in play at the minute here in the Players' Championship. This is Players' Championship 17 here in Niederhausen, Germany. And after the first round, let's have a quick check at what the results do for the race for the World Match Play. Is Guildenstern? No, unfortunately, he has been eliminated in the first round. So, Ricky Evans and Adrian Lewis are 2 most at risk at 15 and 16. Lewis obviously not playing today. Ricky Evans knocked out first round. Ross Smith is still in. King Barrow was knocked out by Josh Rock. Van der Voort still in. Whitlock still in. Ed House is still in. Mervyn King is still in, as is Josh Rock, Jim Williams, Ryan Meek, although they will need massive runs if they are to stand a chance of playing at the Winter Gardens in mid-July. So that is the situation in the World Match Play race. Christopher Tyson, incidentally, has now bumped himself up into a seeded position into 16, knocking Ryan Searle off that perch. Of course, big runs for obviously Ryan Searle's not in this week. For Nathan Aspinall, he's still in. He's on 284, so he won't get in today, but with Euro Tours coming up, could potentially maybe squeeze in, although Ratajski does look settled there with Ryan Searle being knocked off that potential perch. So that's the situation in the race for the World Match Play. But let's head back to the race to become Players' Championship 17 champion. And our feature game sees Voltage Rob Cross, the 2018 World Champion, take on Jeffrey Desvan, who is in desperate search of keeping his tour card come the end of the year. Needs big runs at events like this. Needs to get himself into the World Championship field come the end of the year. And Desvan wants tops for a break of throw. And anything between 13 to 15 does so in 15 and leads Rob Cross by 2 legs to 1. But as I say, importantly, a break of throw there for the Cobra. 2-1 in front on the 2018 champion of the world. But only a 60 start for Desvan. Elsewhere, Sean Wilkinson 5 up on 1 Mullenkamp. Rabbi John Rodriguez is now 3-2 up on Luke Wood as another player who needs a run at these events to get himself into the World Championships come the end of the year. Johnny Clayton is underway against Jimi Hendrix, and the games are warming up thick and fast. Peter Hudson, Nathan Rafferty, Radek Sagansky, Luke Peters, Peter Wright, Ronnie van der Winkel, Dirk van Dijvenbode against John Michaels, D. Beaton, Very Van Veer. Now Danny Noppert, Gert Nenches are warming up across the boards here in Niederhausen. Of course, don't forget to send us a comment send us, drop us a like or subscribe. You're more than welcome to do that. In fact, we'd encourage you to do that. It helps us with all of our analytics and getting us up the YouTube tables. Of course, we're also the home of the Online Darts Live League. Paul Nicholson's guiding you through all the action this week. Group A is concluding as we speak. Group C gets underway from 9:30 tomorrow, and then in the evening from 10. Meanwhile, Sean Wilkinson gets the job done against Ron Muhlenkamp. He is a 6-4 victor there with an 83.29 average. So Sean Wilkinson in to the last 64 here in Niedhausen.
Right, back again. Just a quick one, Andrew. I disagree on that. Chatting to a lot of Dutch fans and a lot of Dutch media, they were all still slightly annoyed that they paid a lot of money to go and watch Barney's farewell tour that he did around Holland, and then he came back 2 years later. Honestly, they all respect what he's done, but there's a lot not happy that he sold out for the money. And ticket sales, I'm led to believe, for Amsterdam aren't good. Genius Darts. Apparently, darts in Holland is on a massive decline right now because of the move to Viaplay. Obviously, in England, we're used to paying for things, i.e. Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, Sky Sports. Darts has always been on free-to-air on RTL. And the move to paying for it is not going down well by all accounts.
Bit like cricket in this country, when Channel 4 lost the rights and the test matches went to Sky, there was a bit of a dip, wasn't there, for 4 or 5 years?
Yeah. And also, Holland's quite a small country. The fact that because this was obviously put in late, I was about to bring that on as well, that the fact you had Zwolle, this, and the World Series finals all in a short space of time isn't a particularly good thing the Dutch fans were saying.
Adding the Dutch Open as well on the other side.
Yeah, it's amazing what you get told when you have dinner with the Dutch last night. Well, funny enough, we were talking about it over dinner, and they were all saying about the move to Viaplay and whatever. It's not gone down well with fans.
Should be interesting because Viaplay are in the market in the UK. Actively in the market in the UK now.
Yeah.
Just bought the UEFA rights.
But the thing is, in England, like we say, we're used to paying for Netflix, Disney Plus, Amazon Prime, Sky, so it's not strange to us. Yeah. More events in Germany needed. I disagree. I'm not sure Barney is a ticket seller anymore. Yeah, no. So it was just interesting chatting to the Dutch guys last night about it all.
Rule number one of an event not selling well: make sure it's plastered over the TV coverage. Tickets.
Yeah. Patrick, I disagree. Just listening to, I just disagree listening to, talking to fans, talking to a lot of Dutch media, especially there was a lot of Dutch media in Berlin, and they were saying the same, that they're not convinced that Barney is the answer. Not a problem, Dennis. Not a problem. And again, chatting to the players here, they're not convinced either. So Barry once said, "Anywhere can have a World Series if they pay me enough money." It all comes down to the broadcaster, the fees paid. That's again one of the series to one of the ticks to a World Series event. So again, I agree with you. I wouldn't have had one in Holland personally, but someone between the venue and Viaplay have coughed up enough money for it.
I mean, like I say, I'd like to. I think we discussed it yesterday. I'd like to see 6 or 7 continents covered, or 5 of the 6 continents covered, because you can't have a World Series in Antarctica, not unless the Penguins are going to rock up and watch it. But I mean, like I say, Copenhagen's a given now. I think either Holland or Hungary for that part of Europe. America and Madison Square Gardens are nailed on one now. You have your Australian New Zealand leg. You've got to have something in Asia, Japan, something like that. Obviously, that's more COVID situations than anything else at the minute. And then somewhat, South Africa, I think, then be the next logical choice if the money's involved there, because I think to have a World Series in Africa, when you look at the slow but steady growth of darts in that continent, I think would be a huge boost.
Yeah, I'd like to see one in South Africa as well. Philip says, "Why isn't there a World Series in Germany anymore?" I don't know is the honest answer. I'm guessing. Again, this is just guessing that they think that there's enough there with all the Euro tours and everything like that, and the World Cup. I don't know. I'm just guessing that, but
you get more chance to watch live PDC darts in Germany than you do in the UK. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Michael Smith, 6-1 winner over Lucas Venning, 93.65 average for Bully Boy. And by the way, have a look at this for Johnny Clayton. Average 113 in his first game. Doing the same again. 5-1 up on Jimi Hendrix. Someone sparked the ferret into life today.
Yeah.
I think Hong Kong's a difficult one, I think, to host a sporting event at the minute. I think it's a really difficult place to host a sporting event.
Yeah.
There's a lot of political situations going on there, obviously, with China. I just think that's going to be a difficult place to host something, especially like darts.
Yeah. No, I agree. But yeah, but Budapest as well. We do 3 in the Oceanic region. I'd like to see one, maybe New York and Toronto. Maybe hook those up.
Vancouver. One of the best cities I've ever been to.
Yeah. Again, Craig, I'm with you there. And look, Germany's already huge for darts. It's monstrous. Afternoon, Joe. There was another one as well. Where is it? We can't say live on air, but there's been a few over the years, Dennis. There's a lot of people within the sport not happy with the way Barney got the send-off retirement and then came back.
If you're doing Vancouver, the legendary John Norman Jr. will be a shoo-in. Honestly, if you've never been to Vancouver in the summertime, I absolutely recommend it. I've got a story about that, which I might tell another time. It involves One Direction, the band.
Oh, everyone loves a bit of 1D.
So when they went on their global tour about 9 years ago now, we stayed in the same hotel as they did. We didn't know that. So we've gone out. So we decided we're going to go out into the town for an evening meal. And little did we know that One Direction were about to turn up to do something for their film and whatever. So we've walked out the hotel and there's about 250 screaming girls just screaming at anyone who left the hotel. So probably the best reception I've ever had in my life and probably ever will get in my life. Absolutely nuts.
Andrew, maybe in Holland, but not worldwide. For me, just my opinion. Danny Noppet is 3-0 up. Gerton Enches, Damon Hetta 1 up. Rob Cross with work to do there against Jeffrey Deswan. This is the leg, and JDZ starts it with a max. Yeah, no, 100% great. They've realised that the East Coast is the one to build darts off of. The way New York was is unreal. In certain areas, yeah, 100%, and not just tickets, but worldwide media interest, views, purely from even just look at our little humble channel. If we put something out with Barney and something out with Fallon, I know which one will do better.
I mean, look at the numbers for the live league when Fallon's in it.
Yeah. Yeah, unreal.
What do you think about World Series in the region of France, Spain, Portugal? We spoke about these days. I think if anywhere will get it, it will be Portugal in that region. Just because that would, for the PDC, I think actually having something in the Algarve could potentially work.
I think before you do a World Series in one of those, I like all three of those regions, Patrick, but maybe you test the water with a Euro Tour.
Yeah.
First. A bit like they did with Budapest. Budapest worked. The venue is amazing. It rocked for that Euro Tour. And now I think we'll see that venue in Budapest used for something a bit bigger. Brilliant from Voltage. We are level 5 apiece.
Won't be against the Euro Tour in France. Wouldn't mind that at all.
The thing is, for France, we need Tricol to get that tour card.
Yeah, agreed.
To be able to justify it as well. having taken events there. If you're taking events there when there's no poster boy, it's a little bit hard.
Throw devil's advocate in. You could say the same about Hungary. Playing devil's advocate, by the way.
Yeah. I think that, but the fact that darts is broadcast in Hungary,
yeah,
where, like we've spoken about before, there's no broadcast deal for France. It's only on PDC TV, but it's on mainstream TV in Hungary, so they get it a little bit more. But again, we're talking about, they say, Genius, that it goes back to TV has a lot to do with it, because it's on these TV countries have got broadcast deals, where France, there isn't. So it's not really supported. In these other countries they've gone to, there's big interest from TV because it's generated, like Sky Sports and things like that, that the people might not like it, all the montages and stuff like that, but the way Sky hype tournaments and hype boxing events, big football events, is unrivaled.
Mm-hmm.
And those other countries have created hype in and around it like that.
And the weird thing with France is they got such a weird TV market out there. I mean, their football rights, the football rights to Ligue 1 gets cancelled before the end of the contract. And that's why Amazon now have probably paid a cut price fee to broadcast the next 5 years, because everybody else just don't know what to do. So they just cut their contract after 3 out of 4 years. So it's a difficult landscape out there.
Rob Cross has turned that game around to beat Jeffrey Dejoie. Missed opportunity for JDC in this one. Also, Peter Wright. He's won 6-1, but again, it's a sub 90 average from Snakebite. Interesting to see what darts he's using, because he threw with a brand new set yesterday. It'd be interesting to see if he's thrown with them again.
Schindler or Asp?
Asp. Cheers, Gob. Johnny coasted through with another big average. Again, chat room, absolutely loving it today. You're all chatting to us, which is great. Massively appreciate it. And I love the fact we've got a wide audience in from around the UK and Europe as well. America, Australia, you name it, we've got them in today.
I feel like we spent half the day debating.
It's great, isn't it?
Exactly. Although I'm going to stick by my thing, and I still think Thibaut Tricot could be the next global superstar of this sport. If he gets his tour card and he goes in the direction I think he's going to go in.
Hungry Clayton doing 110, James, yeah. Again, chatting to him last night, he had the about Monday. To be fair, I can't wait till we sort out the new place and maybe have to do some of these in person, Henry.
I know. It would be fun, won't it? It will be good fun.
Yeah.
The only problem is I won't be able just to, on a Saturday night, go out and then rock up in here on a Sunday morning. I'd have to behave myself on the Saturday to drive in.
Just get a cab.
Yeah, true. It's a very commutable distance as well. There it is.
He says, do you think Ireland have a proper chance of winning the World Cup? Not this year, no. Result, Radek Sadansky has been Luke Peters 6-4. Dennis, it is hot here as well.
Very hot. Very
so
hot.
Put it this way. When I fell asleep, England were only losing 1-0. I remember it only being 1-0.
Did well to get to that point.
Danny, I did say MVG from the start, even way back when we were looking at it. I'd made the bold prediction that I said I think he'd win at least 2 TV tournaments as well. Unseeded, I'm going. We'll come back to the World Cup in a minute, Ben. But good question. Good afternoon, Jar. Hope you are good. And if you saw if I can't share some of my thoughts in public, I shared in the WhatsApp chat. But everyone knows I'm very much not in the Gareth Southgate fan club.
Alan Pardew, bring him in.
So the good, the bad, and the ugly from Dirk van Dijvenbode was superb in his first round game. Monster ton plus average, but he has beaten John Michael 6-2 with an 85.
Yeah, not far cry from his ton-topping average earlier, and there's some games coming towards its conclusion. Nathan Rafferty, 5-0 up on Peter Hudson. Danny Noppert, 5-1 to the good against Gert Nenches. Thibaut Tricol, a man very much talked about in the world of darts, 5-1 up on Stephen Bunting. Damon Hetzer's now 1 away. He leads Andy Bolton by 5 legs to 1. John Henderson, early on, could be an upset against Jose de Souza. He leads by 2 legs to 0 to Big Hendo. Mike Kyvenhoven 2-1 up on Nathan Aspinall early on in the piece, while Scott Williams has taken the opener against Danny Baggage, the de facto tour card holder.
Good question, Mike. First of all, we'll come to that in a second, but Jose de Souza is 2-0 down to Big John Henderson, but the special one only averaging 76. Rafferty wraps up a 6-0 win. Grand Slam, Wolverhampton, or anywhere else? I think it will be at Wolverhampton because the World Grand Prix has gone to Leicester. If the City West had been available for the Grand Prix, it wouldn't have surprised me if they'd have moved the Slam to Wolverhampton. Do you agree, Henry?
Yeah, I think that probably would have been the right call. I think Leicester's somewhere which Matchroom as a company, as a product, are using much more. They've used it for 9-ball pool. They've used it for snooker. They've used it for various other events. Other likely options for venues, I'm not quite sure. Possibly the Bic in Bournemouth would be one, maybe. I don't know whether that would be one that'd be able to sustain the midweek evenings, but for weekends it would pack out a good 2,000 or so. I'm trying to think what other likely venues you could possibly use for it.
I think it stays at Wolverhampton for another year.
I'd like to see a tournament in Newcastle. They've got really good basketball. I mean, a bit like the Morningside, which could possibly work. The only issue would be it'd be banging basketball season when the Grand Slam is.
Yeah. Jar loving the USA team. See, I'm not this year. I don't think, in my opinion, the USA team isn't as strong as it could be. Although it is 2 tour card holders, so you can't argue with it. I think their team's better with Danny Lauby in it.
He's coming back over, isn't he, soon to play a few events? Danny Lauby, I've heard, later on this year.
I couldn't possibly comment or not if he's in the live league.
I know there's a run of events in September and October. I know that over in the Isle of Man he was looking at playing in.
Where are we? There's a great question from. There it is. Any chance of a second TV ranking event outside England in the future? Yes, I think so. But again, it depends on advertising laws and who current sponsors are and everything like that.
And you know what? Grand Slam would probably be the best one for it.
Yeah, and look, the Civic was the home of the Grand Slam, but that seems to be taking forever to sort, and I just don't know.
And no disrespect, it doesn't sound great. The Aldersley Leisure Village.
When you're actually in it, the venue's all right, but it's just where it is and getting to it is an absolute ball ache. Inside, the way they lay it out actually works quite well. I actually like the L-shaped walk-on. It's something different, and fans can get around it a bit better. Quite excited to watch PDC in Gibraltar. Yeah, absolutely. Gibraltar's a lovely place.
Brilliant. And you know what, the time of year as well, it's just for those based in the UK, about start of October, a bit of last minute sunshine.
Who enjoyed the late night action from the US Masters? Yeah, it was good. I loved every minute about it. It was so good. Austria deserves a TV tournament. Yeah, last year we had the European Championships in Salzburg, which was good. Well supported as well. Surely Tricol's not going to mess this up. He was 5-1 up. It's back to 5-4.
Where is the European Championship this year?
Back to Dortmund. Where
that was the year when Max Schopp got to the semis and they went absolutely nuts, wasn't it?
Yeah. Then it went to, I think the place, was it Göttingen? I don't know if I pronounced that.
Was that really weird arena in the middle of nowhere with that?
The arena itself was lovely, but getting to it, oh my Christ.
Right, the one in Dusseldorf. That was, I mean, obviously not big enough now, but that was a nice venue.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, Philip. The arena, 100% with you. The arena in Göttingen was absolutely beautiful, but just getting to it was an absolute nightmare.
Surprised the Glaspalast hasn't hosted the European Championship yet. So that seems to be a PDC favourite.
Yeah.
Anyway, Danny Noppert, victor over Gert Nenchez in an all-Dutch derby by 6-3. And I'm just having a quick check of the games that are warming up. Luke Humphrey, Steve Beaton, thank you very much. Let's have a little check then of what's going on around the boards. Sound the Barney alarm because he's in action against Kim Hybrett's 1-0 to the good is Barney. John O'Shea saying his... Didn't expect that to go off.
Stephen Bunting is level at 5 apiece now with Tricol.
elsewhere before the Barney alarm rudely interrupted proceedings. Richie Edhouse 1-1 against Ryan Meikle. Danny Baggage, Scott Williams 2-2. Dal Gurney 3-2 up on Stephen Burton. Martin Schindler and Ted Everett's level at 3-3. 3-1 Mike DeDeck against James Way. Nathan Aspel, Mike Cohen over 3-3. John Henderson 4 up on Jose de Souza. But there is a result on board 10.
Yes, there is. And Thibaut Tricol has fallen over the line in the nicest possible way. He was cruising, deserved to win it, but made hard work of it. But John Henderson, again, what a couple of days Big John is having. He's now 4-1 up on Jose de Souza.
It's like John Henderson's beginning to turn the screw a bit.
No, Jar, the Barney alarm is
couldn't
still
possibly
very careful.
Stephen, I couldn't possibly publicly comment on that.
Yeah, it also says it's sad that Cullen doesn't play here. Yeah, to be fair, Joe had always planned to have the month of June pretty much off, although he got to the Premier League finals. Obviously, he went to play in that, but he was after the schedule and the way he'd always planned to have 3 or 4 weeks off in June. That was always his MO, even if these Pro Tours had been going, even if these Pro Tours had been in the UK, he wouldn't have played in them.
And I think it's the right play. I think players need to strategise what time they have playing and what time they have off, especially if you're one of the Premier League lads.
Yeah. Ryan Meikle 2-1 up on Richie Edhouse. Nathan Aspinall just levelled up with Mike Kyvenhoven.
Oh my word. I've just had a look at the table in the live league. Right. Matt Jackson, Josh Payne, Graham Hall are all on 10 points. Kevin Painter, Colin Osborne, Lisa Ashton all on 8 points.
I know it's been
Ouch.
a really, really good group. Aspinall. Oh my. Yes, Nathan Aspinall. And you know what that deserves? The Asp went fishing.
He went fishing and he came up with the goods.
Yeah, Johnny, the one at Dusseldorf, you could actually get to the venue without leaving the airport. It was great.
Wouldn't be late for the flight. It had that weird walk on it. I actually quite liked it. It was different where you walk down the steps, and when you walk down the steps, you're pretty much on the stage, weren't you?
Yeah. Danny Baggish leads. Scott Williams 4-3. Kim Hybrex 4-1 up on Barney. Barney only averaging 81. John O'Shea 3-2 up on Mervyn King. Vincent van der Voort 1 apiece with Jim Williams.
A lot of people talking about TV events in Belgium. We did have oh my word, Mike Kivenhoven's just hit a 102 to send us all the way. Going to a noble in this deciding leg. Win this featured match. After which we'll take a quick advertisement break.
John Henderson is 1 away. Is he about to pop the armbands of Jose de Souza?
But look at just what's brewing on board 1. Steve Beaton. 3-1 to the good against Luke Humphreys.
Could he? Could the Bronze Adonis? Could he?
Summertime madness.
Also, Scott Williams has just broken back. He's now level with Danny Baggish. 2 legs in a row for Scott Williams.
Martin Schindler, 6-3 winner over Ted Everett. So the Germany's through to the last 32. And that 1-7-4 from Nathan Aspinall puts him on double 18 after 12 in the decider. But Mike Kivenhoven gets first go at 1-4-3.
Doesn't go. Yes, Tam Whitlock did get the job done against Matthew Edgar, 6-1. There we go. Nathan Aspinall gets through. Right at the end of our feature game now, we are going to grab a So I do love that advert for the Blade. What a board. So John O'Shea is now 1 away, 5-2 up on Mervyn King, the Joker, doing bits and bobs here so far. John Henderson has beaten Jose de Souza. What a weekend. What a few days for Hendo. Yeah, the problem is today's feed, we're obviously normally we do this from, obviously I normally run the stream from my place where I've got ridiculously good fibre, but we're obviously running it off of hotel Wi-Fi's and everything like that. So if it does break up a little bit, there's not a lot we can do, but the important bit was to get the stream on.
Sure, you're going to do a cabinet, you, and ring up and say you want to demand better customer service. That's the proper thing to do.
To be fair, the Wi-Fi in there is probably good enough for purpose what it's meant to. What websites? I was trying to stream off of it.
Well, Luke Humphries might be watching some streams in a couple of minutes' time because Steve Beaton is beating him by 6 legs to 1. 98 average for the Bonds-Adonis. He loves it in the summertime, does the Bonds-Adonis. Scott Williams is enjoying the Deutscher Sun. He beats Danny Baggish by 6 legs to 4. Mike DeDecker is also beating James Wade by that same scoreline. So 2 big names have departed in a matter of minutes.
This one's for Gob.
I like it.
Well, Phil has temporarily departed.
Gob removed me from the stream.
Not the Needhausen Wi-Fi.
No, Gob with the hump. Bless him.
Steve Beaton reactivation could well be. Although it still needs a big end to the year to keep his tour card.
Richie Edhouse has spun off 5 legs in a row. Ryan Meikle was 2-1 up, but Madhouse 6-2 winner. What's that? Richie Edhouse, very underrated player for me.
Quietly goes about his business, doesn't he? Without much fanfare, but gets always consistent in terms of getting decent results.
Absolutely. Yeah, don't worry. The live lounge and the next block of Pro Tour streams, I will be back home to stream them. So we'll have the good kit again. Chris Dobie, 2-1 up. Like we said before, can't keep playing like Dobie is and not pick up something. I'm sure of it.
He's got to get a big break at some point.
Just playing too well.
Exactly.
Martin Lukeman, again, his average has just come down that leg, but he was around the 96 mark. Just Mr. Consistent right now. Merv King on a comeback charge here. John O'Shea was in a good position against him. But King coming back. Well, I was chatting to John O'Shea yesterday as well. And Gob, it happened again yesterday. Maisie missed school to watch us do the stream. What have we started? We've got people skipping school to watch us.
You're going to be the reason of a detention soon. It's usually you getting the detention. It shouldn't be the other way around.
Oh, I was such a gobby kid at school.
Why don't that surprise me? History is always the one I got kicked out of. History teacher told me never to return to his class again. Turned out he was a journalist for the local newspaper nearby here, and I worked with him for 5 years.
You only used to balance your chair on two legs. Well, Mervyn King was leveled it up against John O'Shea. I actually balanced on one, and our geography teacher was like, screamed, "Don't, chairs have 4 legs, not 2." And I was like, well, actually, it's on 1 at the moment. Out.
There's always a teacher that knew someone that died by rocking on their chair as well.
Yeah. Those were the days.
Glad I didn't go to school in the days of the slipper.
Just coming in to watch this last leg decider. Is Merv King going to get out of jail? It doesn't look as if he is, because after a couple of slack legs, John O'Shea's gone 140, 140, and I'll tell you what this visit is now. 85. He needs 136, but more importantly, this is on the Merv King darts. Love that, Big Johnny. Oh, John O'Shea has come inside on the double 8 for the 136, but he will come back. Merv King can't take out the fish. So here we go. Double 4 for O'Shea. He's already had match darts, but doesn't pass them up this time around. The Joker marches on. Jim Williams is also 1 away from beating Vincent van der Voort. .217, and he's got 6 darts at it. Which this year's tour card has he been most impressed with? Probably the obvious one is Josh Rogg.
Yeah.
But I've also been impressed with the way Jim Williams has started, and John O'Shea, to be fair. Those 3 have all, I think, have done well.
Jim Williams has been very consistent and probably goes under the radar a little bit. Apart, obviously, he won that Pro Tour event, which is fantastic in your first year. But all in all, he's been really consistent.
Probably not the best time, Bob.
It's another Monday wedding, right?
Yeah.
Good news for Cam fans, I suppose.
Yeah. Is O'Shea guaranteed to be at the Worlds? Not yet, but he's making very good progress. I'd also say Danny Jansen. Yeah, no, agree, Philip. Danny Jansen's up there as well. Jim Williams has mismatched darts, but he's lucky that Vincent has also missed the dart to take this leg. So Jim Williams coming back now for tops to win it. Remember, he's already missed 3 and takes it at the 5th opportunity. Jim Williams defeats Vincent van der Voort by 6 legs to 3.
And you know what that means? Fantastic news for Ricky Evans. Also for Ross Smith, who's still in play today. Not a wedding, that's the first day of August. You shouldn't be having weddings in August. June and July, they are the rules.
Harry says, do you think there should be a PDC tournament in Wales? Yeah, I'd like to see one, but the issue is which one and location.
So you said the Champions League, didn't they, in Cardiff the first couple of years?
Yeah.
Any thoughts on Belgian players getting tour cards like Brian Roman and Mike De Decker?
Look, I think, is it 6 Belgian tour card holders we've got now?
Sounds about right.
It can only be good for the sport. Mike De Decker's obviously had one before. Hopefully he's learnt some lessons and knows what it takes, because the effect of yo-yoing all the time, I'm not sure it's good on their sanity, knowing that you're going to go back to Q school and all the time and stuff like that. But yeah, look, it can only be good if more and more from that area, whether that, obviously we're talking about Belgium particularly here now, but we saw the boom in and around Germany when people started playing more and everything like that.
I think the biggest task for a Roman, for De Decker, is to try and dislodge this seemingly undislodgeable pairing of Dimitri and Kim in the World Cup squad. That's the next big step for Belgian darts, is to have someone that can really knock on the door of that World Cup team.
Yeah, someone that can put pressure on the top 2.
Bit like Australia a few years ago when Kyle Anderson started to come onto the scene, someone just to dislodge Nicholson and Whitlock. That's kind of what Belgium need now.
Yeah.
Although I thought there was worse venues for major tournaments than Hasselt for the European Championships, I must say.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Problem is you're trying to fix square pegs into round holes as far as tournaments, and there's only so many, and so many places have got genuine arguments. That's the issue now.
Yeah. Yeah, look, the World Grand Prix will go back to Dublin once it can. I don't think there's an argument, or I don't think anyone thinks it won't.
The issue is getting the City West together, because that's what they're holding out for.
Yeah, because the Irish government keep nicking it for everything, whether it's COVID homes or housing Ukrainian refugees. And look, I fully understand that these things are massively important and need to be done, but it's just frustrating for the darts.
But how long can the PDC wait for Dublin and the City West to get together before they think, do you know what, we can't trust this venue, we need to move elsewhere?
I don't think they will. I think it will stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Is my gut.
I totally agree. But then again, this is another opportunity, I'd say, because there's venues which you can move this out to Europe, trial it out in Europe, just because there's some venues in limbo.
I love
Test
Europe.
the water.
I have to go through the other queue
Walked into that. Walked into that.
Yeah. It was great when you used to be able to go on your driving license.
Oh, the dream. Got a Scuts in the house.
How we doing, mate?
Talking about Belgium, we've got Kim Huybrechts on our feature game. What tournament would you like to see that be a change from the norm? Doubles tournament, open draw, an equal darts tournament, bring back the quadro board. I'd love to see world pairs. Get the world pairs.
I remember that the pairs tournament that Sky did that year was superb.
Oh. And then just throw some what I tell you what, just throw some wild cards in there. Non-rankings, so you can do whatever you want with it.
I'm a fan. Connor, are you staying at the hotel tonight, or are you flying home today, mate?
Incidentally, I'm just going to take you to a last leg decider because Josh Rock, Mickey Mansell is going all the way. Josh Rock has been facing his counterparts from the other side of the Irish border today in both of his games. Josh Rock in this decider, 140, 180 to start, leaves 181 after 6. Mansell only kicked off 43, so the ball very much in the Irishman's court. Had the throw at the start of the leg and has a 200-point lead after 6 darts. So for Rock, a great opportunity to get himself back through. And he's not exactly out the race at all for the match play if he can get a really big, deep final run somewhere.
Yeah. John O'Shea, Peter Wright in the last 32 getting underway. And look, if Peter Wright plays like he has the first 2 games, he could be in a bit of trouble there. I'd also like to see 1 leg 1001 shootout, along with the Ryder Cup and Royal Rumble.
Ryder Cup, gotta be done. And you know what? That Royal
Go on, Henry.
That Royal Rumble type event would be so much better for an O2 darts event. Well, Josh Rock may have thought he had the luxury of time. 140 puts Mansell on to 115, but Josh Rock wants tops to seal the victory. Does it first start in hand, 96 average. And Josh Rock has dismantled his second opponent from the Republic of Ireland today after beating Keen Barry in his opener. Mickey Mansell joins the departed party courtesy of Josh Rock. He is through the last 32. Turner Paul with a great question. Who wins their first major first? Humphreys, Michael Smith, Heta, or Chizzy?
I still think Michael Smith.
I think it comes in the match play from one of those men. If the match play started tomorrow, knowing that Michael's having surgery, I think Smith is the favourite. And I don't think Humphreys is too far behind.
No, it pains me to say it because he's a genuinely nice guy, but I don't think Chisnall would ever win a PDC major.
I think his best chance was probably at the Masters not long ago.
Yeah.
But for Josh Rock, he takes on Damon Heta, so there'll be a lot of eyes in the chat room on this one. Other good games warming up. We've got William O'Connor, Darryl Gurney, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Joe Murner, Nathan Rafferty, Jim Williams, Danny Noppert, Martin Luckman, Thibaut Tricol against Chris Dobie, and Martin Schindler against Ross Smith as the last 32 is well up and running.
So Ross Smith is one win away from leapfrogging Ricky Evans into that 16th spot. And the other question was from Ben, do we think Josh Rock can gate crash Blackpool? Right.
Has to get to a final / win something for me.
Just check him. No, he's not in Trier. So
if he wins today, he's on 36.5. That's probably what he's going to have to do to sneak in.
Yeah.
There's nothing to suggest he can't do that either.
No. The other thing as well is that obviously that next block of Pro Tours, there'll be some big names that have missed out here coming back into it as well. So it just makes it that a little bit more difficult to win money. You like to go in Price, Ryan Searle, Gary Anderson will all be back. I'm not sure if Michael will be fit to play.
Mentioned it not long ago. I think it was yesterday we mentioned it. These midweek Pro Tours for those players in that looking to chase match plays and things like that, they're perfect opportunities to get big ranking points and to secure your spots in these events.
Yeah. Peter Wright in front against O'Shea, but again, another sub 90 average at the moment. What is going on with the champ?
It's not quite happened Peter Wright since winning the world title.
No. He said he'd be back by the end of July. That's if everything goes according to plan. I still think the match play may be a little bit early. I'm not going to lie, and everyone knows I'm one of his biggest fans, but I just think that may be a little bit early.
Do you think he plays if he's not 100%? Say he's at 85%. Do you think he'll still play, or you think it's a lot of ranking points? I know, but it must be a difficult one to.
I don't know, is the honest answer. If he's somewhere around 80%, I think he'll play. Ben says, imagine Rock, Barry, and Janssen not qualifying for the Grand Prix.
Wouldn't be a bad tournament, would it?
Just thinking, what is the race for the Grand Prix like? Let's have a look.
Now, this should be much more favourable for Josh Rock. To be honest, it's pretty much the same as the race for the match play, in effect. The only difference is it's Brendan Dolan down on 16th, and everything else is pretty much the same.
To be fair, we may have a guest on the stream. Not definitely, but they're going for some food.
It's joys about having Phil out at the venue.
And having most of them contacting my phone.
What's that?
It does have its plus points.
Be the only downside to this little studio.
Yeah, the hotel studio. Not ideal, but it works.
Just get some branding in the background. You can sneak that through security.
To be fair, you don't, for 23 kilos and 2 hand luggage, you don't get a lot of room.
Did you fly with EasyJet?
Flew over with EasyJet because that was the easiest way to get to Copenhagen.
And they just kill you for luggage. Mind you, just as we're having a little bit of a break in play, we're waiting for games to complete. Should send our congratulations to Josh Payne because he's won Group A at the Live League. He's beaten Nat Jackson on legs difference to that on 12 points. Good debut for that, especially last minute. But Josh Payne, Group A.
Yeah. Like Josh, good lad.
And we said it yesterday, players can lose their tour cards and go in one or two directions. Josh has just said, you know what? Hasn't happened. Put my head down. I'll play in the Live League, play Challenge Tour, play other events here and there, and get my game back up to scratch. And that is what he's doing.
Yeah. Thibaut Tricol was taking the opener against Chris Dobie. Rob Cross averaging a ton, 3-1 up on Richie Edhouse. How do you decide who plays in the live league? We just try and get the best we can outside the 1 to 8.
But see, who picks up the phone first?
It's just a case of balancing it out. Look, the games have to be competitive. So look, we use the top end of the challenge tour and everything.
And the other thing as well is it's so difficult because obviously you've got God knows how many players who are topping up in this event. Then you've got other events, obviously players will have ambitions in ADC, WDF, Challenge Tour. It's a balancing act. Well, Kim Hybrechts is on double 16 for the match. We'll get a go. But misses them.
Live league is in the south of the country.
The best part of the country. It's filmed in the garden of your house, isn't it, Phil?
Kim Hybrechts over the line against Relic Sedanski 6-4. As we just said there, Daryl Gurney 2-1 up on William O'Connor. Dirk van Dijvenbode 4-0 up. That's better, averaging 107 again. Chris Dobie's leveled up against Thibaut Tricol. Genius, if you talk about for the live league, probably not. Cool, James, I'll have a look.
I did like what they did for the Grand Slam that one year where they had a pro-am, didn't they? So that was Friday night before the Grand Slam started on the Saturday.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick check of what's going on. Thibaut Tricol 2-1 up on Chris Dobie. Danny Noppert 2-1 up on Martin Lukeman. Nathan Rafferty, Jim Williams 2-2. Peter Wright 4-3 up on John O'Shea. Been a bit of struggle for both of them in that one. Dirk van Dijvenbode back with the big averages. 110 this time. 5-0 up on Joe Mernon. Mike De Decker 4-3 up on Brendan Doan and Darryl Gurney 3-1 to the good against William O'Connor. And Rob Cross 4-2 to the good against Richie Edhouse, and some interesting games warming up in the last 32.
The live league all started in COVID times where we did it from home, and it just developed from there. This should be an absolute perler.
Oh, what a choice.
How ironic. La Liga have filed a complaint with UEFA accusing of Man City and PSG of breaking financial fair play rules, yet Barcelona are £500 million in debt.
Yeah. And Real Madrid can't afford to build their stadium, so they had to form a European Super League. I do find it an irony that they're celebrating the fact that they're the greatest team in Champions League history, despite the fact they want to leave the competition.
Yeah.
And that Real Madrid are then falling to La Liga, another competition that they want to leave, to go to UEFA, another organisation that they want to leave, about financial mismanagement in competitions they don't want to be a part of. Just what part of that makes sense?
Will the Live League ever be played in front of a crowd? There's a very good possibility of it. Like we say, ever developing.
I think the words "watch this space" for the Live League is probably the best way to say it.
Hint, hint.
Mm-hmm.
Mike De Decker continues to fly the flag. He's beaten Brendan Dolan 6-3.
Here we go. If, say, one of the Belgians couldn't play at the World Cup, Dimitri or Kim, who would take the spots as a third reserve at the minute in Belgium?
It is De Decker, I think, isn't it?
In the rankings, it should be, shouldn't it?
I think so.
But if you're allowed a wild card pick, would that be the same?
Yeah.
It probably would depend who is withdrawn. I think De Decker and Dimitri would be a good pairing. I think if it was Kim, I think him and Roman would probably be a better combination. Because they're both similar types of players who are very fast and very aggressive.
Yeah.
And Mario, yeah, good player, just not quite sure whether his style can always lead to, especially with Kim and Dimitri's style of play.
The crowds would probably only be the evening sessions. Simon Whitlock 2-0 up on Michael Smith on board 9. John Henderson, Keegan Brown. What a game this is for a battle of the tour card.
Hendo is on the march this week.
Chris Dobie has broken the Thibaut Tricol throw.
Here it is for Dirk van Dijvenbode. This time 101.7 average. beating Joe Mernon by 6 legs to 2. The Oba Genius is still in the hunt. He's into the last 16. Finalist yesterday. Can he go one better this time?
Chris Dobie 4-2 now. Danny Noppert 4-2 up on Martin Lukeman. John O'Shea, Peter Wright are in a noble. Which way is this going to go? Both start with a trebleless visit, but it's O'Shea that has the darts. James says, Hendo and Beaton shoot out at 4:30 p.m, please. It's heading that way. But 2 trebleless visits for O'Shea. Surely they will be made to pay. Oh, John O'Shea, you did the hard work. You broke back. But it's all gone wrong in the decider. Wright has stolen the darts. O'Shea needs something big and needs it now. 81, not enough. Wright has this game where he wants it. Finds a 140 to leave 108. Right, 145. Doesn't go. So it's just a 1 treble to single combination. Philip, no, I haven't, mate. Let us know. John O'Shea. Just threw 3 practice darts once. Yeah, he does that. Peter Wright has won it. He's taken out the 85. John O'Shea missed a match dart in there as well. Yeah, Philip, he does it. He doesn't. I know we don't show the practice darts on the live league, actually hitting the board, but he does it on the live league quite a lot. Yes, it's a little quirk he's got that he his final 3 practice darts, he chucks them all at once. John Henderson averaging nearly 94. He's 3-0 up on Keegan Brown. Simon Whitlock 3-1 up on Michael Smith. What's happening here?
I bet Owen Binks doesn't enjoy those 3 darts being thrown at once. Rob Cross beating Richie Edhouse 6-5, just under a ton average for voltage. He is through. So let's just go and play of all the matches. Simon Whitlock 3-1 up Michael Smith, as we've mentioned. Scott Williams 1 up on the ferret. It's just madness here. Henderson 3 up on Brown. Schindler and Ross Smith just getting underway. You can see on the feature, Damon Heta is closing in on a 3-2 lead on Josh Rock. Adobe 1 away against Trickle. Noppy 2 away against Lukeman, and it's 4 featuring Rafferty and Williams. Nathan Aspinall and Robbie John Rodriguez are warming up.
It's a good day of darts, isn't it?
It's not been too shabby.
Michael Smith has one back. Rafferty is in front against Williams. Heta in front now against Rock, but it's just on throw.
At the midway stage of our day.
Yeah. Chris Dobie defeats Thibaut Tricol. The Frenchman's day has come to an end in the last 16, but Dobie marches on to the last 32. Lukeman Noppert 4 apiece. Johnny Clayton levels it up against Scott Williams. That one's 1 apiece on the stream. Some intriguing ties here. John Hendo is making hay while the sun shines here in Nienhausen. Is this a big moment here? Josh Rock has just missed darts to hold. Heta breaks. The heat putting the squeeze on Josh Rock here. 4-2 in front. Whitlock also 4-2 in front. Is Bully Boy's run coming to an end? Marco says, did you see Steve beating Hunt? Did you see Steve? No, I didn't see him beating Luke Humphries. I know he did, but I didn't think he would. Fair play to him. Rolling back the magic. To be fair, he's not plastered properly in 18 months. He's been on a 5-month sabbatical.
Wasn't he a part-time darts player at one point?
Pub player.
Well, this is a tidy leg. 134, 134, 88, 97, ton 40, ton 40.
Simon Whitlock
Want to finish after 9.
is 1 away from ending the Michael Smith run. This would put him to within £2,500 of 16th spot in that race for the World Match Play. Is the Wizard casting that spell at just the right time? But Josh Rock has broken back.
Will anyone beat Steve Beaton's record for amount of World Championship appearances? I don't think so.
It's going to be tough, that is, isn't it?
Depends whether you count the World Seniors as one.
Yeah. Danny Noppet levels up against Martin Lukeman.
Of course, as big a story as it is, Michael Smith departing to Simon Whitlock 6-2. It's a big victory for Whitlock, who needs runs. He's not out the race for the match play by any stretch of the imagination. So this is a big day for Whitlock. Well, at the minute, he's on 31.5. Wins the next one's on 32.5, and he's banging play. Semi-final, 33.5, and he really is breathing down Ricky Evans's tail. Final, he's in. And probably comfortably in, actually, as well. Wins it. Forget the argument.
Hendo 1 away from a last 16. A few tight, tense games here. Heta 1 away. Lukeman, Noppet, both 1 away. And it is Martin Lukeman who defeats Danny Noppet, gets over the line. Lukeman marches into the last 16. Ross Smith is about to go back into those match play places as well. Ricky Evans is about to lose 16th spot, you feel, Henry?
Yeah, indeed, you think so. And Ricky Evans, we thought first round exit for him today when he went out in the first round was going to be a big body blow to him, and it could well be. Of course, there's still a few events to go until the cutoff, but yeah, this is not going to be happy reading over dinner for Ricky Evans.
No.
Maybe don't bump into him at the buffet is what I'd say, Phil. What is the buffet option tonight?
I don't know, to be fair.
Didn't even discuss last night yet.
To be fair, it's reasonably priced last night. The food, it was nice.
You've got Thai green curry tonight.
Always a good choice.
Oh. And if in doubt, fajitas.
Yeah. Yeah, I can live with that. Beaton can make the world's, 100%, James. He's flying it at the moment. Nathan asked me about top 16 for right now. Do you think he'll return? Yeah, I think he'll get back in the top 16, Marco. 100% for me. Not including the seniors. Philip says the PDPA qualifier is going to be absolutely ridiculous this year. Yeah, agreed.
Oh. Do you know what? I hope they do streaming boards for that. Even if it's just one.
Last 32 games being played at the moment, Andrew. Aspen are averaging 108 at the moment.
He's having to, because Ralby John's averaging 104.9, so just a shade under 105 himself. It looks like in our feature game, Josh Rock is turning the screw a little bit. Damon Hett looked as if he had the final leg in his direction, but we'll head back to that in a second because ball 15. Go on, Hendo.
No, Hendo, no party. Don't worry, Hendo has this party started. It is a 6-2 win over Keegan Brown, and John Henderson is into the last 16.
Indeed he is. So let's focus our eyes on the streaming board where both players are on a finish in the deciding leg between Damon Heta and Josh Rock. It's Heta currently at the board. He had the darts at the start of the leg. 164 for Heta, plays 106 for Rock, and the 136 there puts him on double 14. So this for Josh Rock, the 106 has to go. It's had darts, missed darts. Heta back for 28. And he will breathe a sigh of relief. First dart in hand. He was in all sorts of trouble early on against Josh Rock, but he wrestled his way back into the match, wins it in the decider. 136 set up for double 14. Absolutely huge in the end. 98 match average. Heta is getting better and he's into the last 16.
Absolutely. Not bad, not bad. Nathan Aspinall 1 away. Clayton and Scott Williams tied at 4 apiece. Which way is this going to go? Ross Smith in control against Schindler. Just waiting. These are coming to the boil. Ross Smith 1 away. 5-2 now. And big moments on the stream board. Scott Williams is in front. Huge moments here.
What an upset this would be.
And Johnny Clayton has started with 3 consecutive tons. Are we going to a noble? But Williams would have the darts in that decider. It looks as if Scott Williams has given up on this leg and is preparing. I say that and he hits a 140 to leave a finish, but you'd still fancy Clayton to have 6 from this 104. It goes. Here we go. One leg, 501. Williams starts with a 140. Clayton, no treble. Advantage. Oh, Clayton finds a maximum. Game on again. And then Williams finds a maximum as well. What a game. What a leg. Clayton 137 to leave a finish, but Scott Williams gets first go. And the 81 goes. What a display in that last leg. Scott Williams has done an 11 dart leg in that noble. Take a bow, Scott Williams. You are going to be a PDC Tour card holder next year. Of that, there is no doubt or question.
Wow. Meanwhile, Nathan Aston also got over the line. 6'2", 104 average against Ralby John Rodriguez, which means we're into the last 16. And as you can see on your screen, 2 games are warming up. We've got 2 Aussies in action. Simon Whitlock and Damon Head. So they're up against Chris Dobie and Kim Hybrechts, respectively.
Yes, indeed. What a last leg. Yeah, unreal. There's some great ties. Aspinall flying at the moment as well.
Well, the dream final is still on.
Who wins from here then, everyone? Who do we think? Hendo Williams. John Henderson will be hoping that took something out of Scott Williams.
Well, yeah, absolutely. If it plays like that, then yeah. Next feature. I wonder, what shall we go for? Which ones are the streams gobbing this round?
Cool. Whilst we sort out the feature game, nothing is live at this point now, all warming up. So we are going to grab a quick ad break, about a minute, and we'll be back on the other side of this to bring you the last 16 action. Welcome back to the Pro Tour Live, everyone. We are in the last 16 stages, all games warming up for you, and there are some absolute belters along the way. Some movement in the match play order of merit. Ross Smith is now back into one of those 16 places, I believe. Let me just double check. He's certainly level. Yes, has leapfrogged Ricky Evans on camp back. So Ross Smith in line for the match play. Adrian Lewis is now sweating. Simon Whitlock can still do damage. Jim Williams is still in. What are we saying, chat room? Remember, we will have all the reaction from the World Cup across the next 4 days as well, starting tomorrow. Make the short trip to Frankfurt. Great little stat here from Juanita. Hetzer has won the most boards this year from the Players' Championships, 11 for 2022.
That is consistency.
Yeah. That is, have some of that.
Indeedo. Now, is there any danger that a last 16 game is going to get started?
Yeah.
Just a reminder of that last 8 lineup, if I can get my words together, that you can see on your screen now. Simon Whitlock takes on Chris Dobie, Damon Hetta against Kim Hybrechts, Nathan Aspinall up against Jim Williams, Steve Beaton, Mike DeDecker, Dirk Van Dijvenbode against Martin Luckman, Peter Wright against Ross Smith, John Henderson plays Scott Williams, and Rob Cross up against Daryl Gurney. All those games warming up and will be live very, very shortly indeed.
Just waiting for them to kick across.
Hypothetically, if Whitlock won from here, would he be in the match play? Yeah. I can't see him getting caught on 41,500, which is what he'd be on if he won the event today.
If he wins, he's there. Job done. Yeah. I think
rescue effort.
I think Clemens is safe. Razma, all but.
I think realistically we're playing for 2 spots.
Yeah.
I think 30 of the 32 are nailed on guarantees. It's just, I think, Lewis and Smith, 15, 16, that will be lurking over their shoulders.
Dobie Whitlock is underway. Big tie for them both.
So stream games are underway.
What are the 2 stream games?
I don't know. Obviously, Whitlock against Dobie must be one of them.
Yeah.
And Wright v Smith, which makes sense. Oh no, Cross v Gurney. Oh right, okay. So Asp v Williams or Dirk v Lukeman on the feature game. Will it gob? Decide director's pick. Do we know who to blame now?
Dobie 1 up on Whitlock. The thing is as well, Whitlock is one of those players. He will be fully aware of where he was at the start and what each round meant to him as well.
And I like that.
Yeah, he's one of those players. He will know. He levels it up one apiece. All the others. Goalless, as we'd say on Soccer Saturday.
There's been a 9 darter, but for who? Chris Kamara.
What? There's been a 9? What?
I don't know. I knew they threw beer in the air and everything, Jeff, but
I just thought he was walking off.
Steenwin Stanley hitting that one then.
But still up there with one of the best celebrations of all times as he's running off down the alley pally stage.
Rumour has it he's still somewhere in North London now running. Kate Bush running up that hill.
What a horrible hill that is as well.
Oh, might as well hill. No, thank you.
That's one I'm glad I get a car pass for. No, Jacob, no 9s today, mate. Dobie again, 2-1 in front.
Rob Cross to defeat Aspor Heta in the final.
Beaton levels it up against the Decker. All lies on board 8. Hendo.
Well, Jim Williams makes it 2-0 against Nathan Aspinall. 80-1 finish, last dart in hand there. And then it goes off 177.
Not bad.
You take it.
Whitlock levels up.
By the way, we shouldn't discredit Jim Williams. Okay, will have to make at least the final to put himself in with a chance, but still in with one. So he won this year on tour. It's not out of the realms of possibility.
I'm also so quick. Make sure the sound's turned down. Right, Peter Wright. Looks like he's gone. No, played through with new ones yesterday, we were told. Looks like he's gone back to the New York darts. I'll tell you in a second. Yeah, back to the New York ones. Against Ross Smith. Levels up against Martin Lukeman. Dobie, another hold of throw. Him and Whitlock going one way, then the next.
It's a seesaw.
Yeah. It's tidy from both, to be fair.
It is the dream for Steve Beaton, slowly but surely coming to an end.
Like to say, Whitlock could potentially open the door, but Dobie couldn't punish, and then Whitlock, after a poor visit, finds a maximum. This game looks as if we're going to 3 apiece. Almost certainty we're going to 3 apiece. We are 3 apiece.
Simon Whitlock battles back once again.
The Wizard doing wizard things.
Is the Wizard making a charge at Winter Gardens? Well, here for Jim Williams, this would be, and that's it, not the result, but the size of the result, because Jim Williams has 3 darts at 32 for 4-0 lead against Nathan Aspinall. It gets the 32 and opens up a 4-0 lead on Nathan Aspinall. This is a true upset on the cards here. Not exactly the result, it's the size of the result.
Yeah.
Falling up averaging 95 is the Welshman.
And again, Whitlock's hold of throw in the last leg was comprehensive. And the same can be said about Dobie in this one. He's left 170 after 9. Doesn't need to take out. Dobie just messing around a little bit, but has time on his side. And makes no mistake, pins double 4, 4-3. Whitlock is going to have to find something. Peter changed his dart. Let's have a look what he's changed to. Let me fire up the app. Normally I'd have it on, but I haven't got enough screens.
You know, when the internet crashes and all the players will be going nuts downstairs, they know the reason why. Well, Nathan Aspinall gets a chalk on the ball, and it's a breaker throw. Break back against Jim Williams, but still has a mountain to climb. 4-1 down. Kicks off top 40 in this leg. If he can make it 4-2, then he does make life interesting because Williams is back on throw and will be under pressure.
You know, I said that Whitlock needed to make an assault on the Dobie throw. It's gone the other way. Chris Dobie is now in a position to break Simon Whitlock. Whitlock's found the maximum, but it doesn't really hurt Dobie. It does leave 1-4-4, but Whitlock on 1-2-8 against the throw. 65 left. Has he just messed that setup up a little bit? Only scored 63. Unless the 1-4-4 goes, and it doesn't really matter. Oh my, Simon Whitlock has missed double 12 for that 1-4-4. He was nowhere near in this leg. 180 to leave the 1-4-4, and he's just gone inside. And Dobie has missed 2 darts to break. All of a sudden, this is going 4-all from absolutely nowhere. And it does go 4 apiece. Simon Whitlock with an absolute genius spell in that game. Dobie was all over his throw.
A big leg in our feature game because Aspinall has brought it back to 4-2. Williams kicks off 60 with the darts and Aspinall responds 140. So immediately Jim Williams' throw is under all types of pressure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Steve Beaton might deck locked at 4.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Simon Whitlock, you know what he's done. Hold your breath. His throw was under massive pressure a minute ago. He held, and now he's gone back to back. Oh, no. And I don't know, we'll never know, but I think he's missed a dart at double 18 for the 9. I think he's gone 60, 45, and he's missed because he's left 36. Oh, my. And then he's missed again. Dobie on 78. Whitlock missed a dart for the 9 and could lose the leg. Will he lose the leg? No, Dobie misses as well. This is preposterous darts. Whitlock coming back for 9s. Either Whitlock's composing himself or someone's having a mare on Dart Connect, and Whitlock has missed again. Oh my word. Simon Whitlock has missed 7 darts to break the Chris Dobie throw. Bearing in mind, Dobie's missed as well. What is going on? Surely Whitlock's not going to miss again. This is mad. He has. What is going on? Whitlock could have done a 9. We're now on 18 darts and he's not won the leg. Chris Dobie has held throw in 20 darts. Bearing in mind, Simon Whitlock missed the dart for the 9 darter. What have I just seen?
The eyes are deceiving you. Steve Beaton is out. 6-4. Defeated by Mike De Decker with 102.93 average. The Belgian is into the last 8. His compatriot, though, is in a spot of bother because Kim Huybrecht is 4-3 down to Damon Heta. Elsewhere, Peter Wright 3-2 up on Ross Smith. That one really hasn't got going yet. Scott Williams is 4-1 up on Big John Henderson. Could it be a day for an associate member to win a PDC ranking event? Dervin Dybo 4-2 up on Martin Lookman. And Nathan Aspinall is still alive at 5-3 against Jim Williams. But in our feature game, it is the Welshman. It is the Quiff who has the darts in the 9th and kicks off with a ton forward. So Nathan Aspinall here. Back is well and truly against the wall. He's going to have to conjure up something here, but only starts with a 93.
Whitlock's hit another maximum in this leg. It looks as if we're going to go 5 apiece to a noble. Then, look, anything can happen then. I've got no idea.
Said that last leg, though.
We are going to a noble. It's 5 apiece. And look, right now, I have got absolutely no idea which ways this game's going. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ridiculous in the last couple of minutes. What a game. Dobie has the darts. Whitlock is going to have to find something. And Whitlock has found the 140.
It's match point Jim Williams.
There's nothing in this one.
But couldn't take advantage.
The finest margins. Dobie's on a finish first. 119 to leave 105. Whitlock 215. What's your setup play like, Simon? Oh, he's made the cardinal sin. He's only done a Johnny. Normally, Simon Whitlock's counting is unreal. I think, I don't know this, but I think he's at, doesn't matter anyway. Chris Dobie has taken out the 105. Whitlock left 166. My gut is, he scored 49. His counting is normally the best. I think he's gone 20-20, covered for the 19s, and hit a treble 3, would be my guess, which left him no finish. But it is Chris Dobie who marches on.
So Chris Dobie through. We'll find out who joins in our feature game in a second. But elsewhere, Darryl Gurney 1 up on Rob Cross. That one's just lagging a little bit behind the others. John Henderson's 4-3 down to Scott Williams. Peter Wright now 4-2 in front against Ross Smith. Derek Van Dyvenbo 4-3 to the good against Martin Lookman. And Kim Huybrecht has turned this one around against Damon Heta. It's now 5-4 in the Belgians' direction. But it looks as if we might be heading to a deciding leg in our feature game because Aspinall is down to 72 after 12 with the darts against Jim Williams. Williams 5-4 in front. So the Quiff would have the darts in a potential deciding leg. But back on 220, he can make a huge indent on this 72 with a big score. 2 treble visit will be the dream. You hit a max. Well, that's just perfect. 50 leads him on the big fish. But Aspinall here, 72, which he takes out to send us to a deciding leg. And as we begin the deciding leg, there's a result on board 4.
If this one gets away from Jim Williams, it'll be devastating.
Got the better
How we
completely
doing?
because he was in full command. He was 4-0 up in this match.
Yeah.
Williams on free, absolutely crucial, but only a 60. So the ball very much in Nathan Aspinall's court, and is at the throw that sees him over the line. What a time for Max. Williams has to respond with one of his own, but only 85. So Nathan Aspinall, for a supreme act of escapology, wants 63 to win from 4-0 down and from 5-2 down, and Nathan Aspinall has managed to escape from underneath Jim Williams' spell. 63 done in 3, 103 match average, and from 4-0 down, Nathan Aspinall has come through the victor in a deciding leg by 6 legs to 5.
Henderson is 5-3 behind. Rob Cross 2-1 up on Daryl Gurney. And sadly, John Henderson's run is at an end. It's still good ranking money, though, for him. He's not giving up without a fight. So now we have it. The last 8 is taking shape so far. Mike De Decker, Nathan Aspinall, Kim Hybrex, Chris Dobie, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Scott Williams, and they will be joined by one of Peter Wright. He's 5-3 up on Ross Smith, and Rob Cross is 3-1 up on Daryl Gurney. Peter Wright gets the job done, 6-3.
Peter Wright is through.
Go on, mate.
I was going to say Peter Wright through, but he hasn't really played his best all day, but yet is into a quarter-final.
Yeah.
So there we have it. Just one more game to go between Rob Cross and Daryl Gurney to complete the field for the quarter. Just to recap.
Henry's throws. I'll step in. Rob Cross 4-1 to the good against Daryl Gurney, averaging 101 at this stage. Gurney 94-90, still doing some decent stuff, but Voltage 3 legs clear as we speak. I think Henry is still frozen. So Voltage, couple of legs away from the last 8. Daryl Gurney wins that one back to within 2. But he's going to have to find a couple of breaks of throw to mount an assault on the cross throw. Cross starts 140, but Gurney finds a max. There he is, back again.
Internet is going awry a bit.
It happens, the joys of the modern world.
Some people are thinking, hopefully it'll carry on.
Oof. Gurney has the cross throw under the cosh here. This would be one of the breaks of throw Gurney needs. And he has one of them. But of course, Cross having the darts means it's an extra break. But then starts with 58. Is that a mistake? Can Voltage back up that 140? It's going to have to. Does find another 2 treble visits. Gurney will need to start 19s here. Number 7 19s leaves the fish, and he's gone upstairs. And Rob Cross has left a finish after just 9 darts. What a response from Cross after having his throw broken, Henry.
Exactly, and puts himself in a real commanding position. Obviously wins this one. He has the darts in the next to get over the line and win the match and get the last place in the final 8, and won't have to go for the ball here. Doesn't even have to go for the intended outshot, but he's going to win the leg nonetheless. And Rob Cross has the darts to win the match.
He's playing so consistently well at the moment is Rob Cross. To beat him, you have to play well.
And not a lot of people are talking him up for the big ones, for the majors. That could suddenly change of another good run here.
I
So
think he's
good on
always
the
going to be
European
there.
Tour. If it wasn't for Luke Humphreys, we could be talking about Rob Cross, 3-time European Tour winner this year.
I still love the fact that the defending European champion has never won a Euro Tour.
2-time European champions never won a Euro Tour.
Yeah. One of life's anomalies that makes me chuckle.
Excellent. But that's like Denmark winning the Euros and never qualifying for it.
Yeah. I'll tell you as well, Rob Cross's counting is up there with some of the very best as well. You very rarely see him make a counting mistake.
You don't often see him on a 162 or 165 or something along them lines, do you?
No. And even his setup play, he goes the right ways. Even if he doesn't hit it, he knows when to start 19s, knows when to start 18s.
And he knows his way to 74 and knows his way to the match. Rob Cross is the last man into the quarterfinals here at Players Championship 17 in Niedhausen. He gets the better of Daryl Gurney 6-3. That break of throw in the penultimate leg of the match was ultimately what won it for him. Rob Cross is through. Victor over Gurney by 6 legs to 3.
Yeah, what we're talking about as well. I like this one from Philip as well. Price, Clayton, Wade also won the World Series finals without winning a proper World Series event. Love it.
Anomalies, eh?
Yeah. Love it when they pop up.
Be interested if someone wins the World Series finals who wasn't in a World Series event all year one year.
Well, we were saying that. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before. Someone will put me right which one it was. But Ian White qualified, and we just use him as an example, qualified for the World Series final through the qualifier. And it was like, how funny would it be if a man that had never played in a World Series event won the World Series finals?
Mm.
Yeah, no, you go. Noppy did that.
Noppy, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, got to the final when he got battered. Was it 10-0, 10-1 by MVG? That he'd never played in a World Series event. Yeah. Yeah. Philip says, if you switch the 19s and 18s as much as Cross do, you have to be a good counter. Yeah, agreed. Whitlock got really far today. Yep, Vicky, Simon had a great day. He's put himself back in the race for the match play.
He's giving himself a squeak.
Can anyone beat Wales? Yeah, of course. Look, Wales are the favourites for a reason, but they can be beaten. As it showed last year with Scotland, arguably the Welsh pair were in better form going into last year's World Cup, and Scotland trumped them. So, matches coming up. We have got the last 8 will be like this. It'll be Mike De Decker taking on Nathan Aspinall, Peter Wright taking on Kim Hybrex, Chris Dobie, Dirk van Dijvenbode, and Rob Cross against Scott Williams. That's an interesting one because they practice together a lot as well, don't they?
Yeah, and it's one of those, isn't it? When you play with someone that you practice with, you know everything about their game and they know everything about your game, and you're both very conscious of the fact that you both know everything about each other's games. So there's nothing you can really hide. Some would say, well, you're better off playing a player like that because you know everything about their game than some unknown quantity. So it'd be interesting to see how that works psychologically.
Yeah. Right, folks, the games are just warming up. We are going to get a quick ad break in for our kind sponsors at Winmore, and we'll be back on the other side of this for the quarterfinal action. And welcome back, everyone. How nice is that Blade 6 board? Absolutely unreal from Winmore. But we look ahead. 8 players remain in terms of the race for the match play. It's only really Mike the Decker left that can. Sorry, and Scott Williams. Interesting. If Scott Williams, if he can win this Pro Tour, puts himself in the mix, it won't be enough to get him into the 16, but it'll put him within touching distance. Do we know what games they're streaming yet?
Let's have a look.
I'm guessing it will be Dobie and Dirk, Aspinall and the Decker, because Cross and Wright were on the stream
Makes
board
sense,
last
yeah.
time. They normally try and go all around the same sort of time as well.
Mm.
So we prepare for them to go live.
Of course, drop in the comments who you think is going to win today.
Yeah.
8 men left.
When we get to the semi-final, we'll put the poll up because we can. But right now, if you're calling it the final 8, who's favourite? With the way he's played, I can't believe Peter Wright has not been taken out yet.
He's like a cat with 9 lives, isn't he, at the minute, where he's just finding ways to win matches. I said earlier, when he won that last 16 game, that he hasn't been at his best, but he's just found ways to get over the line, hasn't he? And different ways to get over the line. Probably from here, I'll have to definitely raise the game.
He's averaged 91.58, 89.23, 89.82, 84.96.
Doing the right things at the right time, as a man famously said.
Who said that?
Some Dutch geezer. Although when we do move to this new studio, we're going to have to find some decent takeaway outlets.
Is there a Wagamama's in Portsmouth?
Oh, good. Yes, I think so. Yes.
Other Asian other Asian food outlets are available.
I will double check that. I believe it's still at
Wharf.
Yeah. Yeah.
Match 1, match 2 underway. James says the Apps goes to 14 on the tour card race. One more win. Yeah, look, he's been playing some fabulous stuff again. So let's have a look at. So on stream board 1, we have the Decker and Aspinall. Stream board 2, the Deck Van Dyvenbode. Wow, that's wait a minute. Dirk's playing with new flights. First time I've seen him.
Okay.
Because he always plays with blue flights, doesn't he? Always.
Mm.
It's got some white and black ones.
Interesting.
Dirk was using grey flights as well yesterday. Cheers, Sam. I didn't see a lot of the streams yesterday. Are they moulded? Let's have a look. They look like it, but I need him to have a go at a double to confirm. Or do a zoom close up. And Bobby wins the leg. Bear with us.
Come on, that's not fair. Dark Pod in Sweden. That's not fair. Won't be for a while, I don't think. Doesn't matter, we're former Papa John's Pizza champions. Which means you get to play in the UEFA Europa Conference League against the Andorran and San Marino second place teams.
Yeah, I saw the Chiz yellow flights. PDC put a clip up. I do look. The Masters is one of my favourites because they all go after the Worlds. They all tinker and they all play with new bits, and they all come back to the Masters with new gear and see how it goes. Normally, it lasts a couple of legs, and they go back to the old stuff.
It's a manufacturer's dream and nightmare at the same time.
Just love the Chris Dobie throw. So simple.
It can't break down.
Yeah. Yeah, God, they are moulded, correct. CMR, what a signing for Spurs, what a bargain. Yeah. 25 mil or even 30 mil with the add-ons is still an absolute steal.
Nigel, how about this from Kim? Just a bit special. 140 ton 180. Looks as if he's heading into a 3-0 lead. Here's Peter Wright.
Is this the game where Peter Wright gets caught out or the averages catch up with him? $3-0, that's a long way back. Not impossible. But normally the player trading is averaging more than 80 when these comebacks happen.
And Kim Huybrecht hasn't really been spoken about so much this year. We know how good he is on his day, but
again, Dobie and Van Dyvenbode are serving up a beauty, both well over the 100 average.
well, Kim is on the brink of a 4-0 lead here. 65 gets 65, and Peter Wright is in all heaps of trouble. He's brought the average up to 88, but it's just not going to cut it when Kim Huybrecht is averaging around the 102 mark. 4-0 to the Belgian, and it is quite routine at the minute. Elsewhere, Scott Williams' day of days seems to continue as he's leading Rob Cross by 2-0. Chris Dobie, 3-1 to the good against Dirk van Dijvenbode. A good day yesterday for Dirk, quarterfinal today, but Chris Dobie, we said at some point those good performances are going to come and catch him up and get the rewards that he well deserves. Could today be the day, averaging 105.38? And Nathan Aspinall, who escaped in the end in his last game against Jim Williams, leading 3-1 against Mike De Decker. But Kim Huybrecht's the story so far, leading Peter Wright 4-0. Another max for Huybrecht. And just when Peter Wright may have thought he's got a chance to nick a leg here, he's suddenly under pressure. And again, the throw being made to look academic because Hybrex wants a ton for 5-0. And may have had a dart. We don't know. All we know is this has to go for Peter Wright. 1, 2, 4. This is really to save the match. To keep hold of any hopes he's got of harboring a comeback against Hybrex. But it doesn't go. And so Kim Hybrex for a 5-0 lead. And for a third break of throw in succession. Has the darts now, averaging 104 to Peter Wright's 89, and kicks off with a max. And this game could be over in no time at all.
This is impressive from Kim Hybrex. Is he going back in the winner's circle in Niedenhausen?
It doesn't tease us with the 9. You won't care about that in a minute. You'll just care about getting over the line. It's got plenty of breathing room.
Let's be fair, this one's done.
2 times 10 plus 1. Well, can he finish with an 11? Let's sum up Kim Hybrex's performance in this match. And does so last dart in hand. And Kim Hybrex, the Hurricane, whitewashes Peter Wright. It really was a non-contest in the end. 107 average for the Belgian. Peter Wright averaging just 86 in the end. And the brilliant Belgian is a semi-finalist in Niedenhausen.
2 multiplied by 10 plus 1. Romeo done.
Chris Dobie 4-2 up. Again, both 104 and 103 averages. Scott Williams is 3-1 up on a Rob Cross. Aspinall 4-2 up on De Decker. Yeah, Craig, absolutely. It was just a matter of time until he got caught out. Scott Williams 4-1 to the good against Voltage. Could the associate member be just 2 wins away from a title?
Absolutely ridiculous this is from Scott Williams. And Chris Dobie is 1 away against Big Dirk. Could it be his day in Niedenhausen? Scott Williams wins. He's on 20. It wins the day. He's on £29,250. Probably too big a bridge to gap for the World Match Play. However, when it comes to the World Grand Prix, he'd be just within touching distance of Brendan Dolan. He's in the race for the Grand Prix as it is. He's an Associate Tour Card member. If he won it, he would be 750 quid off of Brendan Dolan in 16th. World Championship race it'd be pretty much done. He'd be pretty much in. He'd more than likely be in anyway because he's going to play in every event. Players' Championship finals race. in on 25,000 if he won today. I know we're getting way, way, way ahead of ourselves here. And if Scott Williams actually won today, he'd be 1,500 quid off the year-end top 64.
Which would get...
I mean, he's going to get a tour card anyway via the Challenge Tour, but it'd be good news for someone on the Challenge Tour because it means that there's going to be an extra spot up for grabs.
Yeah, but, and here's my but here. As a player, would you rather have the 2-year card from the Challenge Tour or go straight into the rolling? Because if you go into the top 64, it's not 2 years.
However, you would fancy Scott Williams to keep his card.
You would, I agree, but it's that safety blanket of having 2 years.
Yeah.
Or do you just sink or swim?
I suppose he's kind of in a no-lose situation because if it happens in the first year, then great. If not, then he'd fancy himself even still to go back to Q school and regain it. It's it's an interesting scenario. Meanwhile,
Nathan
Chris
Aspinall
Dobie
and Chris Dobie are safely through to the semi-finals. Rob Cross is on a bit of a charge here. He's upped his average to 103.62. Remember, Williams was 4-1 up, but Voltage has flicked the switch.
This is what one of the best players in the world of darts does.
Yeah. Nico, Ryan Searle didn't play this block, mate. He stayed at home, and Humphreys got to the last 32, I think, today. Beaten by Stevie B.
Yep. Yeah, won his first round game, beat Connor Scott second round, then lost to Stevie in the last 32. Apologies, Connor, if you are watching that. I've just brought it up again.
Just seeing a clip of the end of the Hendo Jose de Souza game from earlier. One of Jose's darts at double 11. I think I'm closer at the moment than that.
Well, at least you're in the right postcode.
Yeah. Miles away. Big moments here. Oof. This 102 may have to go to stop this Rob Cross surge. If this goes 4-4, I think there's only one winner.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's missed a dart at double 16. He's come inside. And it goes 4 apiece. Although Williams has the darts, Rob Cross from 4-1 down has levelled it. What was the Dutch team for the Dutch team for the World Cup is Dirk van Dijvenbode and Danny Noppert.
Should be a good combo.
Nico Kurtz, he's got a really good job away from darts, and darts has never really been his first and only thing. So darts was always a bit of a secondary thing for him. I'm just thinking he's making sure he's getting his qualifications in his job, and that hopefully he comes back to it, because Nico is a phenomenal talent.
You cannot blame him for putting that first at all.
But he is a fabulous player. That leg was huge. Scott Williams has stopped the charge, and now Cross has to win back-to-back legs.
Well, this is a free hit for Scott Williams, because this is against the darts. Williams will have the throw if it does go to the decider. And what a time for one of them. Huge max. A huge time. So 2-2-8 away from the finishing line. And running towards it. 180 backed up by 134. He's 94 after 9. Cost needs a big one, and needs it now. Leaves the fish in case. 94. In 2 darts, and Scott Williams, the associate member, is a semi-finalist on the PDC Pro Tour. Shaggy is a semi-finalist in Niedhausen, and he's got every opportunity to go on and win it from here. What a year. He is having the best of his career so far, and it just keeps getting better. He's beaten Rob Cross 6-4.
Absolutely superb from Scott Williams. Going back to Nico Kurtz, Blip says it's not an unusual approach for young German dart players. Yeah, there's a very different approach from like German players and UK-based players, that's for sure. But yeah, look, I agree. I think it's sensible from Kurtz, because you always need a backup plan. How are we doing, Daniel? Hope you are good. So, the semi-final lineup: Nathan Aspinall, Kim Hybrex, Chris Dobie, Scott Williams. I am just going to set the poll up for the chat room.
Well, well, well.
The poll is now up and running. Can Scott Williams still qualify for the match play? Yes, he can. So, as it stands at the moment, Scott Williams is about 12 grand, about 12 and a half grand outside. If he wins it today, he goes within striking distance And I think, where's my page? Not that one. Yes, interesting, Henry. Scott Williams is at Trier. He won the associate member qualifier.
Wow.
So
He's
the answer
in the race.
he is in the race. Surely it's good for Belgium team if Kim is playing good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, completely. Daniel, I'm in Niedenhausen, mate, because it's half an hour from Frankfurt for the World Cup. There was no point in going home for 2 days and then travelling all the way back. It was just easier to come here.
To be honest, you're quite often asked why you're there, aren't you, Phil?
Yeah. Yeah, it was just easier to go from Berlin here.
Why not?
Has a non-tour card holder qualified for the match play before? Right, there's two that I think may have. Well, no, there's only two that I think possibly are in the equation. Without looking, if it is yes, it will be Mernon or Ratajski.
Mernon, I think, didn't have one.
Yeah.
Josh Payne?
No, he had a tour card.
Did he?
Yeah, Philip just said there, Joe Mernon. I say because I know it was either Joe Mernon or Ratajski if the answer was yes.
They have to wear the red polo shirt like they do in the amateur qualifiers at Riley's.
The World Cup starts tomorrow, Chris.
Look forward to
Stephen
that.
says, if you're Scott Williams, surely you'd rather not have a tour card. Might change his. I think there are exceptions. I think Scott Williams can go on and do good things in the sport. So he's one that I think needs a tour card to go to the next level. But there are some that sadly will only. They're good players, but I'm never sure they're going to bridge that gap and make the top end of the game. So they're always going to be somewhere between 65 and 128, always just floating along somewhere in there. So for them, I think it's better not to.
There's a few players that you feel sorry for in that scenario.
Do I know any Chinese dart players? Not personally. Obviously, I've seen them at the Worlds and at the World Cup, but I don't know any of them personally.
They bring about some of the great walk-ons. Imagine the "You Raise Me Up" walk-on in front of a crowd.
Oh.
I mean, Glenn Durrant walking onto Angels was something.
To be fair, though, I get why he did that because it worked on the Euro Tour so well.
Mm-hmm. And if it works on the Euro Tour, it'll work at Ali Pali.
So a quick check-in on the poll. Not much between it. Williams is the outsider. Aspinall, Hybrex joint favourites, both 35%.
So what we're saying is the winner of that semi-final will be the big favourite for the final.
Yeah. Will there be individual walk-ons at the World Cup? I don't know is the honest answer. There's 8 games tomorrow night. So I would say no.
I'll hide from Dart's Twitter then, if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think there will be. I don't know that, but I'll try and find out. Philip,
Find it hard to believe.
Yeah, any word on Jamie Lewis coming back? I think he's just doing his own thing at the moment. He's still playing, but I don't know when he plans to return to playing in a professional capacity.
He's playing bits on the WDS circuit. It was over on the Isle of Man, and he played in the Welsh Open. So he's playing bits and bobs. But I think for Jamie, it's about going to tournaments and enjoying himself first. I think once he enjoys himself and the game gets to where we know it can be at, I think that's when he'll give other avenues a bit more of a push.
Yeah. Is it an advantage in Players' Championships to play on the same board? For the example, Aspinall plays on board one again. You turn the stream board, you mean? I don't think there's a lot of difference, if I'm being honest.
I think once you're so far in a day, you're just used to matches, and you come off stage, you have your 5 minutes, you come back on and go again.
Where are Spurs finishing next season? Like, I think as long as we're competitive and challenging, top four's always the aim. If we can win something along the way, brilliant.
Got to gate crash the big 2.
That's tough in itself when they've got 3 squads within theirs. I wish Leonard Gates was at the PDC Tour after New York. Yeah, look, I think he's the next one to come across and do well. Who have you guys got winning the World Cup? I still can't look past Wales. I think that, yes, I know they're favourites, but I think they're the best pairing. Yes, remember it well.
He loved it, didn't he?
Lewis made the semi-final of the Scottish Open in the WTF.
Which means he'll be at the World Masters this year.
Yeah. I disagree, Dennis, that the structure within the PDC, that they're all exactly identical to the top players. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, personally. I just think they just get on with it, and
I think if you begin to be affected by things like that, then you've lost half the battle.
Yeah, I just think that it's different if you're playing in like the Opens, like some of the WDF and all the EDA. Like when you go to Selzy and that, all the darts, they're all a little bit different. But within the PDC structure, they're all laser precision accuracy. I don't think it makes too much of a difference, personally.
I don't ever hear players moaning about what specific boards they're on at events. So it's just you just get up and throw it. They're all pretty much, but this can sound obvious, they're all pretty much the same, aren't they?
Yeah, Jeremy says, good run for Kim Hybrax today. Absolutely. We've got come on, Kim. Where is Rob Cross? Rob has just lost to Scott Williams. Why not England? Smith and Wade. I think it comes down to chemistry, and I'm just not sure that chemistry-wise they're the best side. Both fantastic players, but very different players in their own approach and everything like that. Look, they could go and do very, very well. But I just think that Wales, Johnny and Gezi are really good mates as well, which I think helps. We are underway in one of them. Nico says, yeah, German food's good. I think Belgium have a great chance. Again, in terms of chemistry, Kim and Dimitri are right up there.
Mm.
Right. Dobie down to a finish first.
Yeah, Scotland's been a bit disappointed on Foe here because he started off okay and he's just let the leg kind of run away with him.
Stephen, yeah, look, I know hindsight's time, but I've said it and I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. Yes, I'm convinced if James Wade stayed on stage, he would have been world champion. He beats Andy Hamilton in the final comfortably for me.
Mm-hmm.
We are both underway.
Aspinall kicks off 60 into the max. Scrappy first leg though between Dobie and Williams, but not that Dobie will care because he's taken the opening rubber.
It's a break, but a scrappy break.
Mm. Doesn't matter when you get the victory. Not bad opener between Aspinall and Highbet. 60, 180, 140, and 88, 59, 180, 94. He was looking for 14 data here.
Yeah. Any dark horses for the World Cup? Poland for me. Martin Lukeman is in the chat room. Hope you are good, buddy. Another good block of Pro Tours for yourself. More ranking money on that order of merit. Well done, mate.
And points mean prizes.
Dobie's throw under pressure, having broken in the opening tie. Scrappy game, this one. Long day, maybe a bit of fatigue.
Yeah, I find these first to 7, first to 8s, they must be absolute killers when you've already played 5 matches in a day.
Williams want to polish off this 90 after making a mess of the last leg. Doesn't take it out. This would be a bit of a steal for Dobie and an unlikely holder throw on his 7th visit to the board. Ooh, missed. Love that, Martin. Love that. And here's one apiece. Back on throw. But Aspinall has daylight.
Is that like Boris Kirchner playing for every country in that part of Europe?
To be fair, if Boris tells me he's French, I'm not arguing with him.
No. Not a wise idea.
Don't fancy that one.
I struggle to fight a Woodlouse, let alone Boris Kirchner. Have a look at this for a leg for Kim Highbet. 2 140s and then the max. A leg he has to win against Nathan Aspinall. 2-0 down. Aspinall's averaging 120. at this moment in time. But Kim looking to respond with a potential 11 dart leg. It is with the throw mind and gets the 11 darter. Needed the 11 darter. He averaged 107 in his last game against Peter Wright. It's 105 this time, but at the minute, it's not good enough against a rampant Nathan Aspinall.
On fire. Dobes just needs to find something that this could be 2-0 Williams. But it's 1-1, but Dobie's just not really there. Williams has missed again. Remember, Dobie missed darts at this in the last leg as well. Two 2-1 Scott Williams. 3-1 Aspinall.
Two completely conflicting games at the minute.
Yeah.
You know who the producer's favourite commentator is at PDC TV, judged them based on who's got given what. Although great to hear a bit of Colin Lloyd on commentary this week.
Yeah.
Don't think he gets used enough as a pundit / commentator.
Yeah, gets a bit of the world on the old double shifts. This is more like it from Dobie. He's just taken a couple to warm.
Oh.
124 in game. And in the other one, Nathan Aspinall with the champagne shot, Henry.
Well, it's not too bad, is it, on board one? Because Nathan Aspinall's hit on 1-3-2, the champagne shot to go 4-1 up, and probably had to take it out as well with Kim Highbait's breathing down his neck. The Asp is averaging 110. Highbait's 101, which is kind of been about where he's been all day, really.
And Dobie
Nathan
seems to
Aspinall's
have
in this.
woken. Sluggish start, but seems to be going through the gears here.
Back-to-back ton toppers for the Asp. Look, he's one of those players, if he gets back to his best, puts himself in Premier League contentions. He puts himself into World Series contentions.
Yeah. Break of throw. Hollywood has woken up. Oof.
Well, 3 legs, 3-ton toppers. Kim Hybrid's the latest to do so. It's 4-2. What a match on board 1.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Scott Williams has got to be careful here because Chris Dovey's beginning to run away with it.
Yeah.
Not too shabby, Kim.
And again, if Dovey takes this, it'll be 3 legs on the spin.
You know, 140 from Aspinall. Doesn't really put pressure on this 120 in the way that this game's gone. It's going to go. No, it doesn't. Poor effort, Kim. Poor effort.
But what does go is Chris Dobie's 3rd leg on the spin. He has daylight 4-2 in a race to 7.
But makes no mistake of the 64. Pop, it goes. 4-3. And you sense that this 8th leg is an absolutely crucial one. Aspinall has the darts. Hybridge is on the charge. And he only kicks off with a 40. And look at that for a sponsor of Hybridge. The tide is turning and turning quick. Well, that 125 ain't too bad. Doesn't look too shabby now.
Also, Scott Williams is staring, or I will say staring a double break in the eyes. However, what a 180 timing, unless doesn't go. Scott Williams stops the Dobie charge.
Well, Kim Hybridge may have to take this 153 out. Aspinall back on 36. Been a bit more regulation from these two. So, double 18. The 2-leg lead again, and Nathan Aspinall keeps hold of a 2-leg lead. Hybridge is on the charge, but Aspinall's kept him at arm's length.
I'll tell you what. At 180 in the last leg from Scott Williams may have changed the destiny of this game because he was staring a double breakdown. 180, clean kill, 12 dart break of throw, and we are level at 4 all. Big moments here. It's just funny, isn't it? How little quirks, little moments change the complexity of games.
A couple of minutes ago, you'd say that Chris Dobie is not an absolute certainty, but was well on track.
He was on the charge.
Well, Hybrett's here for hold it. He really needs to keep. Astle is back on 154, but 64 leads 8, double 4 should he return. If Arsenal takes this out, it could be the game right here, right now. It'd be an in effect match point, but it doesn't go. And so Kim Hybrett's to keep hold of his throw and to make it 5-4, to keep his chances realistically alive, and it goes first dart in hand. But Kim Hybrett's knows he's still got to muster that break at some point in the match. And when Aspinall kicks off with a max, it's so hard to do so.
Oh, Scott Williams has found an unbelievable run of 3 legs. Dobie is throwing everything at him, but Williams keeps smiling, and he's in front again. Yes, Toon, 1st to 7 in the semi-finals, and then 1st to 8 in the final.
Can you, Kim?
Can you?
No. Well, he's seen a big fish in a fixture game today.
Both games finally poised. Big moments there.
Well, it's back in Aspinall against Hybrett's. Hybrett's only kicked off 60-81. Aspinall is 6-4 up, 1 away. If the Aspinall going to get a 2 treble visit here, which he does to the ton 40, this game could be over quite quick.
Chris Dobie has fluffed his lines. He had the big opportunity there to go 5 apiece. Daniel, Ryan didn't play in Germany. Just wanted some time at home. So if Williams wins the event, he'll be the first replacement for the remaining of all Pro Tours. Who did Simon lose to? Simon lost to Chris Dobie. And it looks as if, first of all,
Nathan,
come to Henry.
Well, Nathan Aspinall is a Pro Tour finalist again. A superb performance against Kim Hybrett's, who's had a fantastic day in Needhausen. But have a look at that in the last leg. 140 followed by 164. Carved the opportunity out to get it done. He did so. 13 dart leg to finish off for Nathan Aspinall. And once Aspinall is through, Scott Williams could soon join him.
It's not this time around, but he has time on his side. Only a matter of time before Scott Williams joins Nathan Aspinall in the final. There it is. Scott Williams will play Nathan Aspinall in the final of Players' Championship 17.
Very interesting indeed. Could he? That'd be the big question that they're going to ask now.
Can Scott Williams do it? Can he get himself into contention for the match play? A win here puts him within striking distance. He's at the final Euro Tour. He's in all the Players' Championships. Can he gate crash
What
the
an
party?
achievement. I mean, just to get here is some kind of achievement for Scott Williams. That has to be said.
Yeah.
And the players he's beat along the way, Rob Cross, Chris Dobie, Johnny Clayton, amongst others. Absolutely superb day.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think he hasn't got a
unreal.
tour card.
Yeah.
In terms of the World Match Play race, we'll have a quick look now. I think it's probably a bridge 2000, 25,500, 9 grand off, 29.5 if he wins. But to be honest, that's probably not the race he's looking to focus his eyes on, because the real interesting one now is the World Grand Prix. He's on 26,250 for that. The last spot is Brendan Dolan's on 31. That is more than attainable in the time frame. If he wins, he's on 30,250. He would be not just banging the race, perhaps a favourite to get in and sneak in to the World Grand Prix.
Yeah, I just think with Scott Williams as well, that if he wins this, I think he's in the match play race. And I say that as long as he gets a favourable draw for Trier, if he can get some ranking money on that from Trier, because we've seen the gaps it can plug because of the size of it, he is banging the mix for me.
If he gets to Sunday in Trier, I think we've got a new favourite. If he can win today, get to Sunday in Trier, we have a new favourite. And just having a look as well at the Players' Championship Finals race, he's in.
He's at Minehead. Don't worry about that. But I look at the even if he wins his game on the Friday, that then moves him within reasonable striking distance. And I say that with Lewis Ross Smith, when he's on, he's one of the best players on the tour, but inconsistent. Ricky Evans, inconsistent. Adrian Lewis, we don't know. I think if he wins and wins his first round game in Trier, I think he makes it.
And what a story it would be. Be a brilliant story for Scott Williams.
Yeah.
Could literally play at the Live League one week and play at the World Match Play the next if he wanted to.
Yeah, exactly that.
Amazing story. An amazing story. And that's the thing. If he qualifies for the match play, he will be in the 64 at the end of the year.
How close is he?
He's not far off.
Let's go to the tour card race.
If he wins, he's on 40,000.
I think he's going to do it.
If he gets to Blackpool, he's won his tour card.
Oh, if he gets to Blackpool, 100%.
But I think already, come the end of the year, I think it should dislodge one of them players in around that 64. But some interesting names teetering on the brink there. I mean, up from 55 downwards, Adam Gavlas, Steve Lennon, Mike De Decker, Mike Kivenhoven, Louis Williams, Ron Boolenkamp, Steve Beaton, Willie Borland, Scott Mitchell, Jess Smith, a lot of them in their second years or more of their rotation as a tour card holder. Could be some big names potentially, or a big name at least, dropping off the tour.
Yeah. It's going to go to the wire, isn't it?
I think we'll be scanning back at this at the World Championship at Ali Pali for sure.
Yeah. Game to go for Players Championship 17. I'm going to stop the poll. Aspinall is the favourite with you guys. And I've got to say, you have all been absolutely on fire today in the chat room. I think it may be a bridge too far now.
I think it is now. The ball was in Scott Williams' court.
Look, it's doable, but that final block of Pro Tours is going to have to find something and something special. Oh, Teresa, my heart bleeds. I hope you have a nice holiday, though.
How the other half live, right? I can't wait for a nice walk once this is done. Actually enjoy a bit of the sunshine.
Joe Mernon as well did it.
Yes, Ratajski's also on a, yeah. Ratajski just did all sorts of things about a tour card. We're still waiting for our final to warm up.
What are you doing tonight, Gob? You got football or something?
Playing bowls, isn't he, if he's ready to lose a stone?
I'm playing darts.
It is absolutely stifling. See, our Australian viewers, they're in the middle of winter. They're thinking, what are you moaning about? It's probably hotter around Australia than it is now, and they're probably thinking it's winter.
The suspension. It's coming to be fair. Aspinall's played really well all day.
been around that 98 and hovered above it
Yeah.
from the get-go. If someone could politely tell them to start, that would be fantastic.
Sadly, Daniel, I don't. I just think he's a little too inconsistent at the moment. What's everyone else got planned tonight then, guys? Anything interesting? You know, Gob's got darts, going to drink plenty of H2O to keep his fluid levels up.
It's borrowed Rob Cross's water subscription. Oh, certain final warming up.
Oh. They have flicked the switch.
Thank you very much.
It's a mini disco rocking out to Baby Shark. Get the stream fired up so I can watch the one on my phone. Playing darts in a practice match in the Premier League tomorrow. Super stuff. Matt. Oh, we've got pictures on the stream. Here we go.
Fantastic.
Scott Williams with his usual trait of just throwing all three darts at once.
The Shaggy Special.
Yeah. Both of them hitting 25. 25 again. And this is why when people ask, why don't they do the bull up on the stage? This is the reason.
Yep.
Aspinall does win the ball, though. Wonder if there'll be any nerves from Scott Williams. Nathan Aspinall been in this situation countless times.
I think for Scott, he's on a bit of a free roll, isn't he? So I think in that respect, he's just going to take what goes. I think the nervy ones probably would have been Clayton, would have been Rob Cross. I think now he's got past them two. He's probably got a almost air of invincibility about him. So I just think this is an absolute free hit for him. So whatever happens, win or lose, he's an absolute winner today. So of course he'll want to win, but that pressure which will be on Nathan isn't there for Scott. So it gives him the chance, even in his first final, to play with freedom.
Just like him, the throw of Scott Williams is very solid as well. There's not a lot can go wrong with it. Obviously, we all know the little quirk in the Aspinall throw. There's just a little hop, but it works. But back-to-back 140s has put Scott Williams in a fabulous position.
Next in favourite for the leg against the darts, unless Aspinall takes out the 160. Couldn't really make much of a dent in that. So Scott Williams wants double 16 for the opening leg. Gets it first dart in hand. Breaker throw as well. So comfortable start for Shaggy in his first Pro Tour final.
Interesting way of going on the 101, the throw before that, on the stream. Which way do you think he went, Henry?
You'd hope he'd go treble 20 and one of either 9 or 1 for the double 16 or double top.
You may hope that, but you are not close.
One ball.
Bullseye 19, missed double 16.
As you do.
Yeah, he's played brilliant in the live league.
Something makes me think we're not going to see much of him in that anymore.
No, to be fair, he's already said he's not going to play much unless he secures everything, because he just needs some time in between because he's at Pro Tours, Challenge Tours and everything like that. He said that the last one he came to, he was just burnt out and couldn't give it everything, which is fair enough. I get it.
Because they're long weeks, very long weeks. Especially if you start on the Tuesday, you're playing for 5 days on the trot if you get to the finals. So well, this is for 2-0. Doesn't go, so Arsenal back on the 117, which is sense has to go.
And if it doesn't go, Aspinall will be disappointed. When you kick off a leg, 180 tum, and you're chasing, when the other guy hasn't hit a 180, it's a bit muck spreading.
Scott Williams has opened up a 2-0 lead on Nathan Aspinall, and is the fairy tale story for Scott beginning to develop?
And just looking on the stream, Aspinall did miss a dart at tops on that 117. Looking at it, the Aspinall throw looks as good as it's ever looked right now. After everything he's been through.
Good to see.
Yeah, the
Sport
throw just
needs
looks
a good Nathan.
Yeah. Yeah, Nathan, absolutely. Yeah, Ratajski and Mernon. Shaggy, Midnight, and now just Mernon.
So could Scott Williams be the second Shaggy without a tour card to go on and win a Players' Championship event?
Yeah.
I don't have a Scooby-Doo about that.
I don't know, Daphne and Valm, I think.
Well, there's certainly no mystery for Nathan Aspinall.
The pair of you were sacked. Terrible.
You could tell it was bad because Gobbs decided to appear. He's had enough. If we carry on, he'll do the whole, well, it's my ball and I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to go home. We lose the Dart Cadet from the screen.
He's not careful. We'll put him in the mystery machine.
That's it. He's going on a naughty step.
Well, this is the quietest Phil Bars has ever been.
Oh.
Well, that was peaceful and quiet for a couple of seconds.
I hadn't even got into the Scrappy Doo part yet.
He's going to have the theme song in his head as he's throwing for double top tonight. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you?
Gob the producers flexing his guns in the background. As we look at the game, Aspinall should come back. I say should because we all know Williams could pin this. Doesn't. So Aspinall coming back at tops for 2 apiece. Yes. The tungsten toffees.
It's like North Korea over here.
Be silent to everything.
Good to hear Jaws on comms during Pro Tours. Yeah, much better than the drivel that we've just provided the last few minutes.
Yeah, but he hasn't done every game. Which Williams is the best at darts?
Oh, my.
What have you got? Scott, Jim.
Louis.
Yeah.
You got Mark Williams, a snooker player who can play a bit.
What's Fred's last name in Scooby-Doo? Can we call him Fred Williams?
He'd be the ref.
Anyway, back to the darts. Aspinall, from being 2 down, level at 2 apiece, and is we got the Stoke. Everyone from Stoke can chuck darts. I'm sure.
I'm sure Robbie can throw a good dart or two.
But after he's won, he'll just come off and say no regrets. Hey.
See, I can't talk about Robbie Williams after Lakeside.
Is this an opportunity just gone begging from Nathan Aspinall? He may have got away with it. He's missed clear darts, but Williams can't punish the 70. Just get the impression these are big moments here, and Aspinall does lead. And the 3 before that, you couldn't have got much closer.
Indeed. It's these moments that Nathan Aspinall is used to, is accustomed to, and that's why he's a major PDC champion.
Whoa. You can't just drop the M word like that.
The UK Open is a major.
They're all televised. He's a televised TV champion.
According to Rod Hamilton, the US Dance Masters is a major. So
I was listening. We had the comms on for that, and he was dropping the major word all over the place. Oh, big 180. I was about to say that
Jesus.
Williams just got to be a bit careful here, but he doesn't let Aspinall get up ahead of steam. And that is a perfect way to do it. Unless you do something like that. Now all of a sudden,
104's got to go.
I was about to say this 104 now has to go. Oh, he's made a mess. Aspinall for daylight and a break. Can't take it. Oh. You're a bad man, Jerry. Bad man. Williams holds. All right, Steve, if you don't like it, we'll just do this then. So you can't comment. It's fine.
To be fair, it's probably one of the better comments you've had today.
It might be. We've been here for nearly 6 hours. Can't just rock up 10 minutes to the 6 hour point and have a pop.
Just call us rubbish at the start. Just call us that then.
If you're having a pop from the minute one, it's fine. They can't just rock up now.
Well, they're both on the fish. Aspinall's doesn't go. Williams's might have to.
Oh, he's missed the ball.
Oh, he's missed the ball.
Oh.
Huge moments. The tide could change.
Have a look on the stream a minute how close the ball was. Huge from Aspinall. But go look at Williams' 170 attempt now. Yeah, it's a fair way out, to be fair. It's on the outer regions of the 25. It wasn't a wire hugger.
It was nearly that bad a dart. It was almost a good layup for 18 to leave 32.
Yeah, it was a wire hug. It wasn't a wire hugger. But Aspinall is halfway to the prize. He's one of them. If you're scrapping for your life and you want someone in the trenches, it's Nathan Aspinall, isn't he? Just nothing given.
Oh, he's
just an absolute warrior.
Scrapper. But for the first time, Scott Williams has got a bit of breathing room in a leg.
Yeah.
And gets its second dart, 4-piece. Halfway house for the pair of them, and you can't split them. But that's a slip. Huge slip now.
Punished. effectively, as long as he hits a treble here, Scott Williams goes favourite. He's done more than that.
Oh, that's
Nathan.
huge. That is absolutely massive from Aspinall.
Huge.
Williams is going to have to get at least a treble, most likely two. 91 does something.
Unless this goes yellow.
Don't know
Right,
whether
I'm
he had a
interested-
dart or not. 91 for Williams.
I'm interested to see which way he goes. Well, I mean, I'm interested to see huge moments here. Break of throw. Now, with your opponent sat on tops, which way are you going, Henry?
For the
91.
91. Gotta
Oh, he
go. I'll go 17s.
He's gone 17, but do you think it's a risk? I'm all for the. I'm the ball route on 91 to 95. When your opponent sat on a double, look. He's won it, so it doesn't matter. But if he'd have missed it and not hit a treble, you're asking. Where if you go the 25 route and at least hit 25, you're guaranteeing a dart at the ball to win it, win the leg. But irrelevant because we have a huge, huge break of throw. And he's got 6 to get rid of 188 to consolidate it. We'll take that. Could have been better, but it also could have been a lot worse.
Half the score. But it's under pressure.
Just taking out 91. We can't. Now, again, he scored 54. Has he missed trebles or has he missed 2 darts at a double is the question. And it's a question I will answer shortly on the stream. But second chance.
Could be the match here and now. Or a long way towards it. But it don't go. Now Phil can get the break back. On double 12.
Williams did miss 1 dart. He went 18, double 18. Missed the dart at tops on the 94. Oh,
Aspinall has missed 3 to break. Scott Williams gets a second chance. This could be a match-defining passage of play, and Scott Williams is up to the task. And now 2 away from a maiden Pro Tour title.
Oh, Aspinall has just given Scott Williams an absolute glare on the stream.
Tell me more.
Look, I don't. Obviously, Scott Williams has missed and gone back to the table. Aspinall, it looks as if he thinks he's heard something. Obviously, look, I've got no sound on and we're not in there, so we don't know. But Aspinall stopped and glared.
Incredible. Aspinall doesn't stop unless he has to. He will go. He's a rhythm player.
Yeah, and it was a glare as well.
Something somewhere must have upset him. But 167 after 9 for Scott Williams, and Aspinall's not had a score above a ton so far in this leg. So again, luxury of time, and this is against the darts for Scott Williams. Wins this, he has the throw to become the champion. Can he get towards the hill with a ton topper? No.
This needs to be 170 something, 180 just to apply pressure. That's enough.
So 16 or 8, take a pick, Scott.
Aspinall was looking rattled. I don't know if he can. I don't know what's going on, but Aspinall looks rattled.
He's missed more.
I hopefully it's not just me. In the chat room, are you agreeing with what I'm saying?
Meanwhile, I think we've just lost Phil for a second. Scott Williams is on the verge. Oh, what a start. On the leg you have the darts in. To win your first ever Players' Championship title, and Aspinall can only start up with a 60. Advantage Williams big time.
How are we doing, Tommy? Hope you are good. I'm interested to see what the embrace is going to be like at the end.
Might find out in a few seconds' time, because Scott Williams is running towards the finishing line in this. 5 leads 2-10 after 9 darts thrown. Never since that little incident, Scott Williams has looked like the only potential winner. Been a good day for Nathan, getting back to the final, getting back to the form that we know that he can produce. Still not out of it. But the 120 next go may have to go unless Williams could take it out. He can't. So this is a save your skin shot for Nathan Aspinall. Doesn't go. So Scott Williams is on the cusp of becoming a Pro Tour champion. Should he nail this tops, the 3-match darts are come and gone.
Let's see how close they were. Oh, one's bounced out. I think the last one,
No.
I'm not sure what it's hit. Look, the first two are well thrown darts. He's hit the bottom wire, come to tens. The first one is close. The second one is careered off of something. Whether it's hit the barrel because it was close, I don't know.
Well, Aston kicked off 140. Williams responded 180. Well, Aspinall needs the fish to stay alive because Williams has hit a max to leave him on match point. Again. And his last match dart bounced out. Well, this one, find its intended target. No.
Oh.
That's 5 darts for the title come and gone for Scott Williams. Aspinall's back for 72.
Again, the pressure of not having won a PDC title, as in a major, he's won the Challenge Tour, but nothing like this.
But Scott Williams defies the odds, defies the logic, defies everything to become a PDC Pro Tour champion without holding a tour card. A superb achievement for Scott Williams. It puts him in the race for the match play, puts him in the race for the Grand Prix, and sets himself up more than nicely to be in the top 64 come the end of the year. The cat Scott Williams is doffed. You, sir, are the champion.
To be fair, the embrace wasn't too bad. Yeah, no, it was all right. Fair play to him. It was good. Congratulations to Scott Williams. He's just walking off. Don't worry. Dan Dawson's going to bring you come running back in a minute.
You can't
know the
escape
drill.
Dan Dawson.
There he is. Congratulations to Scott Williams. Fabulous. A winner on the Pro Tour for the first time, and he is banging the mix for everything. Can he make the magical race for Blackpool? What an achievement that would be. Remember, he is in Trier and he is in the final Pro Tours as well. So all to play for Scott Williams. That brings our coverage of the Pro Tour for the last 2 days to an end. I want to thank you very, very much for everyone who has supported us across the last 2 days, for your likes, comments. Remember, if you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe. We've got a great giveaway when I get home for reaching that 25k subscribers mark. All good. But we are going to come to an end. Remember, I am in Frankfurt tomorrow for the next 4 days, bringing you all the reaction from the World Cup. Henry, the last 2 days, absolute pleasure, my friend.
Absolutely loved it. Until the next time.
That is us at Online Darts signing out. Remember, the live league returns tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. for Group C. I've been Phil Bars, Henry Deacon, and we will see you all very, very soon.
Level. Take it to the next level.